Welcome to 4 for 4's the most accurate podcast. And for those watching live, first round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft. As always, I'm your host, John Daigle, and it is a very special night, which calls for a very special panel of friends as we rotate guests in and out for the next 4 hours, I think, of our lives. First up, though, you know him as the projections maven here at 4 for 4 Football, none other than John Paulsen. And John, I would imagine you are ready to get the show on the road and put those prospects finally to teams.
Yes, that's what I've been waiting for. This is the last few weeks are some of the most difficult for me to get through on Twitter, with draft Twitter going crazy. Everybody's got their analysis that they like to share. And I just want to know who lands where so I can start the rankings process for 2022.
As we weave in and out of fantasy analysis, though, we also need someone who's very familiar with the trenches and other defensive prospects. And there's no one else I would rather have on the stream doing so than an individual that people have already heard in the past few weeks on the Most Accurate podcast, none other than our own Anthony Staggs. Staggs, what are you looking to most forward to this evening?
I mean, I think it's a really intriguing draft. I think although we might not get the quarterbacks to go early, and there's talk of, nobody who touches the ball going in the top 10, there's going to be a run on receivers. And those receivers are going to be major impact players for a lot of different offenses and figuring out the fits. Because we also have a lot of different archetypes of receivers. Like we've got Drake London, who some call Mike Evans, but that's not really right. He's more of a Devontae Adams underneath without that sort of deep threat as of right now, and he's a great contested catch player. You've got Chris Olave, who is a great downfield target, one of the crispest route runners in the entire draft, but he is not a yak player. He had one of the worst yak per catch totals in college football last year. And then you have Garrett Wilson, who is that yak guy, and some believe he could be one of these mini alphas that are coming out of the draft now, like an Odell Beckham, Stephon Diggs, and those are the kind of comps he gets. So the receiving position is going to be extra interesting for the fantasy aspects, but this is a draft that's sort of deep up top in the trenches and on the edges. I think we'll probably see at least 7 edge and or tackle prospects go in the top 12 here, if not the top 10. So it's going to be very interesting up top and how it plays out. And there's a lot of this has been the draft with a lot of different talk and a lot of movements in all the lines, and I know you can speak better to that and how we're looking here and hopefully winning some money.
You already mentioned it. There has been a lot of talk about teams potentially moving up for wide receivers in particular, especially if they're jumping ahead, trying to get a fast individual with SIA speed like Jameson Williams. I've also heard teams might be trying to trade up, oddly enough, for George Pickens, who I do love, but thought he had already fallen out of the first round in a lot of execs' minds. And I want to pivot this conversation to you, Paulsen, because we'll definitely get your reactions live. But you're the one invested in this heavily, right? You're the hardcore Packers fan. So let's just take our conversation with Slack, for instance, when we were discussing what the hell the Packers could possibly do. And I want to hear what you think they do, and then more importantly, what you believe they do, since those are probably, like when I struggled in my mock, 2 very different things.
Well, as a Packer fan, I've been paying attention to what they've been saying, and Matt LaFleur said immediately, I believe it was the coach's breakfast, that they needed speed, somebody to take the top off the defense. I don't know if that was specifically in response to the Valdez-Scantling signing elsewhere deal or just everything in general. So I think they do end up probably with 2 receivers out of this draft at least, and I'm hoping that they use 2 of their first 4 picks. We chatted a little bit in Slack, and I kind of have my heart set on Olave. I don't know if it's Olave or Olave. I was checking the pronunciations on some of these guys today. Really good route runner, 4.3 speed. And then you told me, John, that they were going to have to get ahead of the Saints at 19, I believe, if they were hoping to get him. So they do have the ammo to move up, and I think that's a possibility. If they fall in love with one of these guys, they could go up and pretty much get anybody they want. But they're going to have to grow up some draft capital to do so. So I'm hoping for him. But there's quite a few guys in this top 6 or 8 that I'd be happy with. And there's even some guys getting into the second, third round with some speed that could sort of fill that MVS role if they wanted to go, with a Burks or somebody like that, in the first round.
I shuffled back, went to my mock draft in particular, but again, my mock draft, Ryan Noonan's, Anthony Staggs mock draft, all at 444football.com right now, waiting to get graded this evening. But I did shuffle back before submitting for scoring. I ended up caving in and giving them Treylon Burks at 22, if only because it seemed like he was the one, although I did not think so before, he was the one that was going to slide the moment we saw teams not only highly coveted cornerback Trip McDuffie from Washington, but also Kaiir Elam. It seemed like even the Chargers so much wanted Elam's ball hawking skills, perhaps over McDuffie, which then, once we start squeezing up more players of that position, right, that then tells us we have to start pushing people down. It seems like Burks was going to be that one to push down, whether it be to the Packers, who, if they make the leap at 22, the Cowboys make sense at 24, given his Arkansas ties and Jerry Jones's, since they overlap, and that's why they'll always be a bad team because they make decisions that way, or to the Chiefs with a number 29 or 30 pick. And so that's what I'm looking for as well. Staggs, in terms of other fantasy receivers, you already discussed a few at the front of the show. What are your thoughts on Burks? What are your thoughts on the best potential landing spots for him?
Yeah, Burks' best potential landing spot is the Packers because he could do what Devontae Adams did, on screens, and that was a huge part of Devontae Adams' game, short passes, slants. He has the ability to take those to the house, and those are all great things that he could do. He doesn't have that refinement in his route running that Devontae Adams, developed, second, third year in the league, but those designed plays, those are something he's great at already. So if you can get a coach who's smart and can kind of scheme them up, scheme them open, that's going to be great. So back to George Pickens, everybody loves George Pickens, but then there's quotes that people hate George Pickens because of his attitude. Like obnoxious asshole is the type of quotes that are thrown out about George Pickens. Entitled asshole, POS. These are people coming from NFL scouts and NFL front offices. So it's going to be interesting to see, if his character concerns are sort of pushed to the side for the talent. Because, as a freshman, he set all kinds of Georgia records as a pass catcher. So other than that, we talked about Olave, we talked about Wilson. I think we hit on a little bit of everybody. There's going to be some great second round prospects as well. And, guys that could potentially slide into the first, like, Sky Moore, also Jahan Dotson, who might be a first round lock at this point. But, talking about the Packers, they have this sort of height, weight, speed threshold that they've always used. But then they also haven't selected a first round receiver since the year 2003 or 2002. So there's a lot of things there that are going to be interesting to see how they play out, especially when you just have such a massive hole after trading Devontae.
And I told you, Paulsen, that Olave won't be there because of the Saints. I'm not sure the Saints realize that he may not be there for him either, right? Because we know Washington is very high on him, if only because Ron Rivera not only went to Ohio State's pro day personally, but didn't hold a private workout for Garrett Wilson. Instead, held a private workout only for Chris Olave. And so given his speed, the fact he, around superior talent in 3 years at Ohio State, led the team in receiving touchdowns in each year, I think that's a very important trait to have. So overall, yes, Olave seems to be coveted so much so I could see him actually going over Jameson Williams in some cases. On the note of George Pickens, though, you already mentioned Staggs, freshman records, but also just the fact that 71% of his career receptions actually resulted in a first down or touchdown. So he seems to be a clear alpha wideout, right? Earning targets on money downs as long as he returns to pre-injury form, since he did tear his ACL last year. Returned and played only 63 snaps in 21, so we assume he's healthy, but we don't know if he's really at full health just yet. Overall, though, I want to get started on the conversation at number 2 because it's going to move along once the draft here starts here at the top of the hour, Staggs. And right now, where do you think the Lions go at number 2 overall? Because there have been conflicting reports, conflicting rumors, whether it be Kayvon Thibodeau or Aiden Hutchinson, assuming Hutchinson were to fall if the Jaguars take Trayvon Walker number 1 overall.
I mean, this is an interesting scenario. You know, we're all submitting our mocks last night, and then there's just so much steam for Kayvon Thibodeau to go number 2. People saying he's the number 1 player on Brad Holmes's board, and that's just very interesting to me. I think Kayvon Thibodeau is the best edge rusher in the class. Like, there's not a doubt in my mind that he can get after the quarterback. He can create pressure off the edge. He's got speed. He's got bend. People could talk about his V-shape upper torso and ability to stay in high gear and take plays off, but that all seems a very overblown to me. But the Lions, there's also that aspect of winning a press conference and selling some tickets when you have a local kid from Michigan who was a Heisman finalist as a defensive player, which is uber rare. And we're talking about him like he's not an athlete though. And he's like a 96th percentile athlete at the position, and he can really move. He can bend and get around the edge. He's a great against the run, and he just has that sort of attitude when they talk about the knee biting and things like that the Lions apparently value. So I find it hard to believe it's not going to be Hutchinson, but man, like I've been Thibodeau high all the way, and I've started to pull him down a little bit, and I'm scared there'll be a big slide for him should he not go number 2.
Paulsen, if the draft in order goes Trayvon Walker, Kayvon Thibodeau, we then see either Evan Neal or Charles Cross or Ike Ekwonu, perhaps even Derek Stingley or Sauce Gardner in that range. Eventually a team has to take a receiver, right? And in our mock drafts, Staggs and I thought it over, but I think it really begins at number 7 with the Giants. So let's just play a hypothetical here since we still have a few minutes until this actually kicks off. Giants, Falcons, right? Number 9 to the Seahawks, even though we don't think they take receiver. And then we believe the Jets may take a receiver, dependent on whether Jermaine Johnson is there. But overall, let's start with the teams in New York, the Jets and Giants. Like, how do you see them faring and squeezing in a rookie receiver if that is the case, if Daniel Jeremiah, let's say, is correct?
Well, Kevin Zalukal, a colleague of ours at 4for4, asked me about Elijah Moore and his value, dynasty value, and his redraft value, frankly, if the Jets take a receiver at 10. And I said he'd move down a few spots, but not crazy. I think it's pretty obvious the Jets want to address the position, so they're probably going to add a receiver today or tomorrow, and that person's going to affect Moore. But Moore we've established that he can play. So if, you feel pretty good about him as maybe a wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 type heading into 2022 with a so-so quarterback situation. That group right there, you're talking about the Giants, Falcons, Seahawks probably not, but the Jets, then Washington, we could see a run on receivers there. And the interesting thing about this year is there isn't a clear-cut number 1 guy. It doesn't seem like. I'm just going off of other people's draft rankings, and it's all over the place. One guy is 6 in one set of rankings, he's 1 in the other, he's 8 in another, he's 4 in another. It's all over the place. There's no consensus like there was last year with Jamar Chase, who was pretty much a consensus number 1 last year. So it's going to be really interesting. And I think I don't want to make this a Packers stream, but going back to them, they might just be able to take who's left of those top 6. I think the over-under is at 6.5 for the receivers in the first round. If that's the case, it's going to be pretty wild from a fantasy perspective, because I'm sitting here waiting to see where the receivers drop, where the running backs go, where the tight ends go, and then I'm leaving all the offensive tackles and the safeties and all that to the IDP people and Justin Edwards at the offensive line people, because I really want to see where these skill guys go. So if it's really 6 to 7, that's going to be pretty fun, especially if we get into that bottom of the first round and teams are trying to move up to grab somebody to get them late in the first round.
It was, in fact, steamed to 6.5 over-under wide receivers, high juice for over. I think it really came down to whether or not Pickens is going to make the first round. And even though that seems like a coin toss, perhaps even favoring him in the last 24 hours. There's a real chance it happens, since before we couldn't guarantee a Jahan Dotson, for instance, would make the first round. But now it seems like not only will he make it, it almost seems as if 24 is his floor to the Cowboys. I know the Patriots and Cardinals have also been linked to him last second. Peter Schrager, NFL Network, for instance, has gone 4 for 4 in his Cardinal pick since he's best friends with Cliff Kingsbury the past 4 years. And in his final mock, he had Jahan Dotson to the Cardinals. So that seems like a very real possibility. The Cardinals, of course, who dipped down to, I believe, 16th in available targets and our available targets and air yards tracker at the site that I just updated. So I should probably look before I cite that stat blindly off my head. But nonetheless, Staggs, Paulsen mentioned liking or knowing about over 6.5 wide receivers. What is your favorite ticket? What is your best bet that you still have right now with only 7 minutes left until we commence the Jaguars' #1 pick?
I really like the Kyer Elam. They removed it from Caesars because it was getting hammered so hard. It started off the week at 35.5. It went down to 31.5. I think it got down to 27.5, and then it got pulled. So I think that's a really interesting ticket. As for over-unders, I think over on the receivers, under on the offensive linemen, over on the corners. I think SEC guys will probably be over. And then, although it's not bettable, there's a lot of talk about number of Senior Bowl players drafted, and like 10.5 of that. So I would probably go under that. But there's a lot of great things. And, if you got on the Trayvon Walker steam early enough, and you got a pretty good number there, we hope to cash that right away. And then, there's some good long shots should this Kayvon Thibodeau fall actually happen. People got some pretty good numbers there, 25, 19, 50 to ones. So that'll be exciting.
The Thibodeau steam at number 2 is strong enough to make me go running away with my tail between my legs in the last 24 hours and hedge out of some of my, what I thought were stronger bets, with the exacta start of Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Stingley, and Ike Ekwonu at number 4 overall, even though also in the past 24 hours, we've received rumors that it seems like Sauce Gardner may be locked in to number 4 overall to the Jets, even with the Seahawks, Saleh never prioritized cornerback. So I still don't know where that comes from, but seems to be happening. Nonetheless, I also have a note here that Dame Brugler said he could see 8 wide receivers, to your point, Paulsen, going in the first round. And we have that information not only from Brugler himself, of course, but from Amr Gabber's podcast notes, who's done a tremendous job throughout the draft, keeping track of literally every single draft podcast and jotting those notes down for subscribers. Also, remember, we will be joined by friends throughout the evening, including Anthony Amico here in about an hour, Davis Maddock, Jennifer Eakins, our own Jennifer Eakins. Very excited to talk to her, who is also working the NFL Draft Tracker, that whether you are watching this live or not, it's going to be available on the site tomorrow morning. If you want to check out our spin on literally every first round pick, including fantasy takes, Mike Waller, Rich Rebar, who, of course, everyone knows, and then Matt Harmon, who I know you're excited to talk to, Paulsen, since you've been studying up on his terrific reception perception work in the last 24 hours. Staggs, let's continue down the road, actually, of fantasy talk, because right now we think that the Bills would be the only team to take a running back in the first round. Breece Hall, in particular, 6-1 on FanDuel Sportsbook to go to the Bills at number 25 overall, even though, oddly enough, he has an over-under of 40.5. So I'm not quite sure that works at all. But where do you see this running back class shaking out? Will they have an opinion? Will they be a factor in the first round whatsoever?
I think you'd land on the under for 0.5 in the first round. I can't see the Bills taking a running back there with such a dire need at corner. You've also got potential holdout at safety, and they're a very heavy safety usage team, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. And it's talked about like it's a flawless roster, but they've got almost no investment along the offensive line in terms of draft capital either. So if they went anywhere along the offensive line or in the defensive backfield, I would not be surprised. After that, I don't really see a team like the Steelers who want to change their level of commitment to the run game. The coaches that were hired this year all seem to be more of past first head coaches, except for maybe Mike McDaniel, but they spent some money in free agency with Chase Edmonds. So it's sort of, and then they don't have a pick in the top 100. So it's not like they're going to matter in the first round either. And I just don't know if a team is going to do it, even though Bryce Hall is sort of one of these prospects that if it were, 5-10 years ago, he'd be a top 10 pick. Like, he's got the size, he's got the speed, he's got the production at, a Power 5 school. He can catch the ball. He runs fast, and he's got adequate weight and bulk and BMI. So he'd be a great fit. And then you have Kenneth Walker, who's a very, very efficient runner with major question marks around his passing game, usage. Just because he wasn't used doesn't mean he can't. But it's still a major projection from an NFL standpoint because we haven't really seen him do it. And then, after those two, it really becomes, some people have Isaiah Spiller as the number 3 in this class locked in. I think that's true. But then the rest of the class, you could sort of, as we talked about with the wide receivers, somebody has this guy at 4 and the next guy has him at 15. There's a very wide range of opinions on who they think the next class of backs, but the Georgia backs and Zamir White, James Cook are going to likely, they might sniff day 2, but if not, they'll be very early day 3 picks. So the running back class overall, though, I wouldn't classify it as very strong. But there is some smaller sort of 1Bs in the backfield, the lightning components for better or for worse in terms of like a name. They're sort of that type of back.
Paulsen, very quickly before we bring our friend Anthony Amico on, we've talked about this on the Most Accurate podcast in the past, but now that we've come to the moment, do you think the Bills could actually pull a trigger on a running back at number 25 overall tonight?
I don't. This is where I run into trouble because what should you do versus what will they do? It's the predictive versus, playing GM. I don't see a need to that level where they need to have a first round running back. I mean, I think the position has been devalued over the last several years. Devin Singletary was pretty good last year when they gave him a proper workload. They've got Zach Moss. They've got the all-time leading rusher at the University of Miami, Duke Johnson. I think there's greater needs that they have, but if they do, it might signal that they're wanting to run the ball a little bit more and not go so pass heavy with Josh Allen. I think that might be a signal that maybe his, days of, 50 dropbacks, plus, 5 or 10 runs might be over if they want to try to conserve him a little bit. I would prefer them to go another direction and, maybe try to target him in the second round. But it's just been one of these consistent rumors that makes it sound like there's enough smoke there that there's probably fire.
I wish we had an air horn, drum roll, any kind of sound to announce the beginning of the 2022 NFL draft, but instead we have established the runs, Anthony Amico, who has been very deep in the weeds the past month, 2 months of NFL draft season. Anthony, we are literally finally underway. Explain your excitement and then break down what the hell is going to happen at number 1 and 2 for us.
Oh, dude. I mean, I felt like we were never going to get here. Like, I think at one point it was like Tuesday afternoon. I was like, oh my gosh, we still have like another 2 days before this thing happens. But yeah, I'm really excited. Appreciate you guys having me on. I think this is great. Haven't really gotten to talk to John or Staggs really in person. So this is definitely cool for me. Yeah, I mean, the first couple picks, I think, Walker, and then we'll see what happens, man. I mean, I don't know. I would kind of believe everything. There's like Glasses Gate with Thibodeau going on. Obviously I think Hutchinson seems like kind of like the layup pick for them. So
since that's all you've been thinking about in the past 2 months, let's actually ask you one other quick question. I want to get everyone else's opinion on this because what do you think about if I told you Underdog just announced that the best ball $1.3 million will be for a total prize pool of $10 million. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels like we have to just jam. Like, I don't like, oh my, like 10 million. Like these guys are sick. Like, it's incredible. Like, they're just putting all this money out there. And I mean, the best ball, we obviously love underdog. Best ball content is the best. The best ball format is amazing. So I don't think there are any issues feeling that. I'll tell you that.
Paulsen, I can imagine you probably have to get to work immediately Monday once all this is settled, because again, we now have 10 million up for grabs that we can be helping our subscribers receive, hopefully.
Yeah, it'll probably take a week or two to get all the projections up, but I'll at least during that time, I'll be really busy and I won't have to get into arguments with people about modified zero running back draft strategies. Yeah, it's as soon as this is over, I finally all the pieces are in place and I'm able to start to project all the teams. It's nice to get that process started, and it's especially nice when it's over, because then it's just tweaking. Leading up to all the drafts happening in July and August.
Amico, since you were the one sifting through draft notes throughout this process, what do you think when you submitted your mock, something that Staggs and I did last night, just like you, what do you think was your biggest hang up last night as you were finalizing yours?
That's a really good question. I mean, I think that it feels to me like there's 12 or 13 guys that are top 10 guys, and getting those players sequenced correctly was really difficult. And then it's like immediately after that, it's like you throw a puzzle against the wall and it just breaks into a million pieces. Like anything can happen. Everything that people are saying about this class being maybe like a 15 player class or something like that, it really felt true making the mock, because you're like, well, I have all these guys that I think maybe belong in the first round, but it's really difficult to slot them in. So I think that everything people have said about this draft, which is that it's basically going to be chaos and trades and surprises, I think it's probably true.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think we've got a lot of different things we can run through here. And even, with the drama coming down even so late on the first pick is, really something. You've got, the guys after that, though, the Thibodeau or Hutch, or if there's a major curveball. And then I think this draft is a great idea of positional value. You've got a safety in Kyle Hutchinson, who on consensus big boards is ranked, 5 or 6, but he's not expected to go until maybe, 11, 12, and how that sort of plays out. So it's going to test a lot of different things, and, our team's going to diversify archetypes at wide receiver? Or are they going to try and draft similar receivers? Because even Garrett Wilson to Elijah Moore, if you had to say who's the closest in stylistic comps, those guys are there. And so do you go a different route and go a Jamison Williams or a Drake London, should he be there? So I think there's a lot of different things at play that are going to be fun to watch.
We are also awaiting the first pick, as, of course, even though the Jaguars had all offseason to make this decision, they're going to take every second out of the clock and milk this and make the night even longer than it needs to be. Anthony, as we move along here, because you'll probably be around for, given the time restraint, probably the first 4 or 5 picks. We know they're going to milk the clock. What are some other thoughts beyond number 2 for you? Because I already asked you your biggest hang up. For me, it was actually whether it was Kayvon Thibodeau or Aiden Hutchinson at number 2, because from that point forward, the draft, in my opinion, fills itself out, right? Because the dominoes then fall according to the if or then situations. So what are some other things you had to hang up and figuring out?
Yeah, I think that these teams, the double picks, they control so much. Houston picks once up here, but obviously they have 13 also. The Giants and the Jets, there's going to be a lot of activity, I would imagine, around those picks. I mean, from the Giants' perspective, we know that they would like to move back. They'd like to acquire some 2023 capital. I think, obviously not giving Daniel Jones or not picking up the 5th-year option. They're clearly thinking about next year's draft and if they could maybe make a move. So they'd like to add some capital there. The Jets, this Debo thing feels kind of real. I mean, we'll see what actually transpires, but until they make that pick at 10, it kind of feels like they could potentially trade it for Debo. And then Houston, I feel like Stingley, Aquanu, Neal, like there's been a bunch of different picks kind of floated out. And again, like you said, like the domino effects have been pretty big. I mean, I think McShay said that today, like in his mock, he's just like, yeah, like I have Stingley at 3. If it's Aquanu at 3, like it changes the whole thing. Like it's a disaster. And that's kind of like what Staggs was saying, where, one pick is going to change everything, and everything that we build in the mock is like out the window. I felt like obviously last year with the first 3 picks, we had a really good idea, but even past that, I think like player to team matches were a lot easier to come by.
Staggs, what about you? Do you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I do. I do think there's, also with all these teams with the 2 picks, we think we might have an idea which position they might go, but we don't know if it's the first pick or the second pick. So we might get credit in some ways, but also really change off a draft slot depending on what scoring we're going off. So it's like, are you going for team matches and that's your main goal? Or if you believe in more of the other scoring systems like a Fantasy Pros that, also pays off for slot and things like that, it's a little bit interesting in terms of game theory, how you play it. But it's a very interesting draft. I really can't wait because one thing changes and everything is going to change. One trade up, and I think there's going to be domino effects and runs. I think this is going to be more like a fantasy draft than any other draft in history. And you've heard all the comparisons to the 2013 drafts, and getting that one quarterback only in the first round and that going in the teens and sort of being a surprise even in the teens. So it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. We're seconds away from kicking off, I think, though.
Since we haven't kicked off yet for some odd reason, I have to keep looking over the screen as well throughout the show, so the TV's way over there. Amico, have you put any thought? I know you wrote up all the player profiles that established the run for Dynasty as well. Have you put any thought beyond that into potential landing spots that you're picking, like the outcome, the fallout, once that players goes there? For instance, the Giants maybe making a splash at receiver at 7. We expect the Jets perhaps to go receiver at 10. Have you put any thought into these decisions? We talked a little bit earlier about Elijah Moore, but I'm curious to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. I feel like every year I just like overreact to these landing spots. Like I think we do that in Dynasty. And to an extent, probably in redraft also. But, obviously we have the premium landing spots, which is KC, Green Bay. If those teams make a move up the board and they acquire a receiver, that's the only spot where like I'm maybe moving a tier on a guy. And I would say other than that, like I want to really stick to kind of the pre-draft stuff that we had, which is basically, London, Burks, Wilson, Olave. Like I don't want to stray too far from how we have it pre-draft, just because the Giants for all we know could be a really good landing spot. Like they could get CJ Stroud next year and get rid of Kenny Golladay and get rid of Kadarius Toney, and like all of a sudden you have like a number 1 receiver with like a stud QB, and it that changes really, really, really quickly. So I want to stick to the talent as much as possible, but there's a couple spots obviously that we're really prioritizing.
Did you have a favorite receiver? For instance, I know Pat Corraine, who fortunately couldn't join us tonight, but Pat Corraine had Treylon Burks as his number 1 overall fantasy receiver in his dynasty ranks. Did any player stand out like that to you?
I have London. I mean, I think he's going to go in the top 10. He's big. He's athletic. Really good production. He's young. He kind of checks all the boxes for me. I know, like we put together statistical comps at ETR, and he just had a lot of bangers in the comps. And I don't know. I feel pretty safe. I feel pretty safe about him, regardless of kind of where he goes. That the talent will shine through.
There is already people in the chat, Paulsen, that cannot wait. They're even letting you know that when the Packers are on the clock, we get to hear your reaction, which will probably be about 8 hours from now. So we'll make do until then. Amico, as we move along here, the Jaguars now officially on the clock. They gave them 9 minutes to make the pick. They had 2 months, and they gave them 9 freaking minutes to make the pick. Nonetheless,
Incredible.
What else is on your mind as Ice Cube and Derek Carr bless our televisions?
I think it's also very key that we say Darren Waller as well, with some Packers rumors. Interesting to see him up on the stage.
Who had to smash those rumors, though. I'm sure, Paulsen, you thought about that a lot, but it didn't seem like, especially with having Waller, I believe he's making the 17th most annually among tight ends right now. Like, why would the Raiders, despite his performance, which has been amazing, by the way, why would they ever part with that deal? That's one of the rumors in the last 48 hours, I think, was easily squashed.
Yeah, I think they squashed it almost immediately. It doesn't make sense for the Raiders to trade Waller away. It certainly makes sense for the Packers to try to acquire him. But I didn't get my hopes up once that rumor came out. I was like, if this is coming out, it's probably not true.
I think it's okay because you and I can then still draft Robert Tonyan late and hope he bounces back from injury, since there are so many targets available there pending whomever, if they draft a wide receiver tonight. Before I cut you off, or tight end, yeah. Because they are one of the, three teams, the Bucs and the Bengals being the other, that are rumored to perhaps reach on Trey McBride this evening, unless they wait. I know the Packers, just for his athleticism alone, literally the most athletic tight end to test at the combine, and Jelani Woods, they've also been linked to him. But I cut you off, Amico. Tell us what else is going through your mind right now as the Jaguars take every freaking minute of the clock.
I mean, they're like desperate. They're like, someone please take this pick from us. No, I don't know, man. I mean, I just want to enjoy this whole thing. Like, this is the best night of the year. Like, I was talking about with my buddies today. They're like, where's the draft rank for you? I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's 1. Like, I know, like, actual football is a ton of fun, and we love the Super Bowl and all that, but I don't know. Like, I think there's just like a part of me, like, when you're a kid, like, just grinding Madden and all that stuff, like, it sticks with you, man. Like, the draft is a special night. So I'm just pumped, and I'm glad to spend a little bit with you guys.
What else is happening at Establish the Run right now? Like, what else are you doing that has to be with fantasy profiles, for instance, for your mock draft and analysis beyond like tonight? Or do you also have a second round mock going? Are you one of those psychos too?
No. We're not going to go that deep. That's crazy. But no disrespect to any of you guys doing it, but I
think Silva's Silva still does it.
I do it. We'll do it.
Good for you.
Bless your heart, dude. I don't know how you do it. I mean, we're going to reload the betting card for tomorrow. I know that, because they usually put up a bunch of fun stuff with like positions and stuff like that. So we'll get in on that. But yeah, I mean, I really want to just try to get these dynasty rankings updated as soon as possible, because everyone's starting their rookie drafts on Monday. So that's kind of what's on the horizon for us. And then it's then like, it really is kind of the off season. Like, we're getting projections up. We're getting ready for best ball. Obviously, we have to prepare the people for this best ball mania. So lots to come.
Yeah, Staggs, I know you've done extensive work on the fits as you've been going through your mock draft with every team, but Trayvon Walker included, as I'm just going to pretend like he's the one that's about to come off the board number 1 overall. Otherwise, I'm going to cry. So I would love to hear your thoughts on how Trayvon Walker fits in the Jags defense, since everyone seems shocked, including myself, that they are passing up Aiden Hutchinson in this position.
I mean, it all comes down to bulky and liking long arms, right? And liking these uber athletes. And Trayvon Walker's an uber athlete without all the production. So, you're doing a little bit of projection on him, but everybody you talk to talks about how the Georgia scheme limits basically everyone. It limits Jordan Davis. It limits Devontae Wyatt. It limits Quay Walker, Kobe Dean, and Trayvon Walker, who might be the number 1 pick. But then you turn on some of the film and you see him against Alabama, and he's just long arming people and, playing solid against the run and, pushing the pocket even against Evan Neal. There's this one clip that Duke Manyweather shared, and I couldn't tell who the best player in the clip was, because Neal stood up straight and locked his hips and locked him out, and he's just sitting there long arming a guy who's 6'7" and pushing him into the quarterback. So his fit is good, his talent is there. It's just a projection, and you're swinging for a home run over a double. So I think it's a little bit about how you look at it and how the sort of system goes for you, and you look at that system, and it's going to sort of take a complete overhaul. But you have Josh Allen on one side, and then other than that, do you have many locked-in starters on defense for Jacksonville? What was once a dominant defense 3, 4, 5 years ago when helmed by Blake Bortles, all those guys are gone now. So they need a new face. They need some new blood. And if it's Travon Walker, he's a great fit.
What about your thoughts? Any thoughts, Anthony?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like Walker's been a little undersold. Like, I think that the general public's reactions to them taking or assuming that Jaguars are going to take Walker, like, I feel like it's been pretty aggressive. I mean, Hutchinson has been awesome, no question about it. I do think the arm length thing is kind of important for the position that they play. And it just doesn't sound like to me the stuff that we've heard the last few days that the Jags are the only team that have Walker at 1. Like, it kind of sounds like the Texans did as well.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like he was high up there for Detroit. So this could be maybe not a consensus take, but it's close and other teams agree. So I feel like this isn't that crazy. And I think that Walker, I mean, I hope that he's really good because I just feel like people have just been dumping on him for the last couple of weeks, and maybe some of that's because the Jaguars making the pick, but I don't know. He definitely a little bit more of a projection, definitely a little more variance, but I still think he's probably going to be a pretty good player.
It did actually just become official, by the way, as well, as Travon Walker was announced as the number 1 pick. To both of your points.
Let's cash them tickets, boys.
It's a good start. This one's going to be a big one at number 2. But to both of your points, I do think his unimpressive pass rushing stats are slightly overblown since he wasn't asked to do so in that Georgia defense surrounded by other NFL caliber, other number 1 picks, honestly, in another class. And so if only for his athletic traits, I do think it's just fine. We haven't talked about, probably on purpose, the Jaguars offense at all, though, this entire time, Paulsen. I'm curious to get your takes on, other players left over here, especially after a guy like DJ Shark, had to remove my head here. DJ Shark leaves for the team that's about to pick number 2. Who's left over? Laviska Shenault clearly on the outs. Where do you go at receiver with this team in terms of fantasy?
Well, they signed Christian Kirk, which reset the wide receiver market. It was a big splash signing. So they must like him a lot. He's tied to a pretty good quarterback in Trevor Lawrence, who maybe had a disappointing rookie year, but last year with Urban Meyer at head coach and everything that was going on there, you can kind of give him a pass as far as his development. I mean, I think he showed enough that it wasn't a disaster as a number 1 overall pick. Kirk is interesting, but I don't see him as a high volume, alpha type. So they're going to have to sort of do receiver by committee. They've got Marvin Jones, who always seems to outperform his draft position. He's been productive no matter where he's at, as long as he stays healthy. They went out and signed Zay Jones, who had a pretty good year for the Raiders last season. So he looks like he might be the third receiver there. And Shenault is just sort of out, out in the wilderness right now, looking for a role. And, he was maybe tabbed for a Deebo Samuel type role before Deebo Samuel had that role in San Francisco. So I don't know what his fantasy value is now, even from a dynasty standpoint. It just doesn't seem like the Jaguars want him very much based on what they're doing by signing Kirk and signing Jones. I think the Zay Jones signing especially indicates that they don't have a big plan for Shenault in the short term.
Well, also for the fact that, recall, everyone forgets Trevor Lawrence was fine, right? Not great, but fine before their bye. And then when they came out of the bye, when he averaged, I believe it was 5.4 yards per attempt over the second half of the season, they completely lost their way, whether that be because they were using Jamal Agnew as their number 1 receiver, not Trevor Lawrence's choice, by the way, or whatever happened along the way. He really was that horrific in the second half of the season. And I would imagine that there's no way he can be that bad, right? We should still go back to him in later rounds, if only to hope that his rushing prowess returns.
Yeah, Lawrence can run, so he's got that Konami code that we like, and I don't bail. That was a weird year. So I don't just bail on a guy who is the consensus number one overall quarterback, overall pick after a season where he was okay. Like late in the year, it wasn't very good. The wheels kind of came off. But you sort of give him a pass for that and you kind of get ready for the next year. I mean, they got a new coaching staff in there and everything. So he should be better this year.
We also, Amico, as the draft continues on, Detroit had their pick for exactly 1 second and immediately ran up to the podium for the hometown kid after all in Aiden Hutchinson. I want to come to you for your thoughts on this one, since it is a very impactful decision, both in betting and mock draft markets.
Yeah, I mean, I had Tibbs at 2 in my mock, so the mock is dead. No, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, I think that this was probably the consensus selection up until, I felt like all these rumors were coming out that, that they were going to take Thibodeau. So, I mean, if it's a choice between Walker and Hutchinson at 1, then it makes sense that they would just take him at 2. It's not, this is a Dan Campbell guy. Aiden Hutchinson will definitely bite your kneecaps off. So hats off to them. I mean, I kind of want Detroit to be good. I like Dan Campbell.
There was a lot of steam, as we already talked about, Staggs, at the beginning of the show, in Thibodeau over Hutchinson to start. And I wish it was as simple as knowing Hutchinson one time. He literally said he would die for football. And that tells you he's a Dan Campbell guy. That's all you need to know, actually, about his entire career, is that he would literally die for the same sport that Dan Campbell would die for. But what are your opinions on his landing spot here in Detroit?
I mean, it's perfect. Like, ever since they tried to sign Trey Flowers, that's who they've been looking for pass rush. They ended up cutting him, shortly into a big free agent contract. So they've got major holes on that defensive line. They need an end who can get after the passer. They've got to try and get after, Aaron Rodgers. Even Kirk Cousins, they've got to try and get after, because they have the second lowest pressure rate in the NFL last year at 20.8%. It's a great fit. The only knock on Hutchinson is shorter than, desired arms. But he's literally a souped up athlete as well, 97th percentile athlete, with, pass rushing chops, Heisman. The man journals, right? He's got positive affirmations written on the inside of his damn suit jacket. You guys need to go look at this thing, because this thing's like blacked out with little text. It's crazy. Like, there was a whole piece on it earlier in the day. That thing is like super legit. So that's very cool. He's not only a Michigan guy, though, he's a Michigan high school guy. Like, he's been like Michigan through and through. So you got to like that aspect. He'll sell some tickets, 14 sacks last year, getting after the quarterbacks of the Big Ten, even though they have a, lower pass rate than Pac-12 in other conferences. So that it's a great fit. And literally, when people tell you to run up the card, this is the first time I've ever seen it. Like, This is the first time. Like, and now they're showing the affirmations on the inside of his jacket if you're watching NFL Network.
I am catching my breath because I'm hearing some news early that I can't announce just yet. Amico, we have to let you go, I believe. No, you have a couple more minutes. I quickly want to say, though, to your point, Staggs, you also have to remember that Hutchinson had, and we all like him here, so it's no big deal, and we all like Dan Campbell. You have to remember that also Hutchinson had that season-ending fractured ankle 3 games into 2020, but around that, in 2019 and 2021, totaled 120 pressures and 18.5 sacks across 27 starts. Legit a monster. And now you do add him to that front seven. It's a very much needed player who fits perfectly in the scheme. So absolutely, I'm with both of you. But Paulsen, I want to come to you again for your spin on the offense, because we have a mesh of guys. We have one more pick for the Lions as well, number 32. They're rumored to go all over the place, including being in the market for another wide receiver. But I think they believe, Dan Campbell, of course, I think they believe in Josh Reynolds, DJ Shark, and players like that, and want to give them one more chance to earn their and solidify their role on the offense. So let's just say it stays in place, right? What they have right now is what they're going to have this year. How do you think that fares for fantasy?
Yeah, they're decent at receiver. Amon-Ra St. Brown really came on late last year. Has the appearance that he could be a fantasy wide receiver too. A real world top target for them. They've got obviously got TJ Hawkinson, a tight end who's one of the best pass catching tight ends in the league. They added Chark, who had a down year last year, but was part of that whole Jacksonville saga. And maybe he can come back and bounce back and get back into fantasy relevance. He was, I don't know, like a 7th, 8th round pick last year and just didn't do much at all. Although that wasn't shocking with Marvin Jones coming over. And then Josh Reynolds had some moments. He's sort of a 4 for 60 guy if he's, available and playing. Like, he may not score a touchdown, but he's got a pretty good rapport with Jared Goff. He's been pretty solid in the third wide receiver 3 role for the Rams and was decent last year with Goff. And they've pass catching, RB1, DeAndre Swift. So I think they're decent at pass catcher. And if they do sort of pass on the receiver position for a while, then you're looking at Amon-Ra as maybe a, 5th, 6th round pick. Chark is maybe a 9th, 10th, 11th type guy. Swift, 2nd rounder, probably. Hawkinson is, one of the top 8 tight ends probably. So not a bad little fantasy group with Goff at the helm. And he's not going to go very high, Goff, but he's capable of supporting a few different fantasy starters at receiver.
Sorry to cut you off, Paulsen. Amico, I know you have to run, but before you do, please let us know what else you have for the Lions, given that we already just saw the Lions pick. What else do you have for the Lions at number 32?
I think I finalized with them having taking Dax Hill, versatile safety, can play some nickel corner for them. It's definitely a need. Their secondary use lever. I mean, they're the Lions. They have a lot of needs, but I know safety has been a huge priority for Aaron Glenn to upgrade as well as their corner spot. So Hill's a guy that could do both.
If you would like to give your take on the number 3 overall pick to the Texans being none other than LSU cornerback Derek Stingley before you get off, please do so as well.
I mean, like, that's the take, dude. Like, we're hitting all the trifecta on that, so I feel really good. We put the trifecta out. You guys might have too, for the Walker Hutch Stingley start. So that hitting is huge, and it's a great fit. Like, this guy he would have been the number 1 pick, 2 years ago. Like, so for him to come out and be healthy, it seems like teams really cared about that in this draft, especially. Why not shoot for some upside? Derek Stingley is definitely maybe the highest upside player towards the top of the draft. So love it.
He has established runs, Anthony Miko, and you can find all of his prospect profiles still at Established Run. Anything else you'd like to say, Amico, before you get out of here?
No, just appreciate you guys having me on, and let's have a great night.
Yeah, let's cash some more tickets, man. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming on, Anthony.
Later, buddy.
The tickets are being cashed right now. So far, 3 of 3 in the Daigle mock draft. Staggs, how are you looking?
3.
Beautiful.
We're good. This is really where it hinges, right? The 4th pick, a lot of reporters early saying, absolutely no to corner. And now, Daniel Jeremiah, best friends, Joe Douglas, rumor. This pick is Ahmad Gardner. So we're going to see which of the beat reporters is more right and which of the friends is more right.
Until then, though, as we await the Jets pick at number 4 overall, let's go ahead and bring our friend on the show, none other than the Takecast host, Davis Maddock. Davis, how are you feeling after the first 3 picks so far this evening?
Well, I'd be feeling a little bit better if I didn't read our friend Josh Norris's mock draft and buy into the sunglasses theory on Thibodeau, because I had that. I think, not that I'm bragging, I think everyone read the tea leaves that Walker was going to go 1.
Yeah.
So that was a nice start. I got the Texans right when the rumor mill started on Sauce Gardner. I noticed that the book that I had access to didn't change their numbers when Gardner became the favorite. They left the Texans to take a cornerback at 5-1. So I hit that. So Stingley going there was fine for me. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good thus far. It's pretty good. I'm hoping, I think in the next couple picks, we should get an offensive player. My spidey senses are tingling.
Where do you have the Jets landing as we await Joe Douglas to make his pick in this spot?
So I think in the mock I did last week, and I was too lazy. I was going to do another one last night, and I ended up not doing it. I think they're probably going to take the tackle here. I think, and whoever they prefer out of Evan Neal or Icky. and then take a wide receiver at 10 is what I think they probably are going to do.
Staggs, I didn't even come to you with your thoughts on Stingley, actually. So let's go ahead and hear what you think of that pick.
So Stingley is a little bit of a puzzling pick. Like I'm a Bears fan, right? Like, so I know Lovie Smith through and through. He likes bigger corners. They want to play cover 2. Like, I thought Sauce would have been better for that because of his length and overall sort of foot speed. But, you know, he's also got that little bit of nasty, which you seem to like. So I thought Sauce was the better Lovie Smith corner, but hey, I'm wrong. You know, I was in there betting Stingley as well, though. So he's in my mock. So I'm not, you know, my personal opinions didn't cloud my judgment on that one, which is nice. But he's a great player, man. That freshman tape is amazing. Like, he was literally shutting down dudes 2-3 years older than him and just doing it with ease, running with everybody. And then, you know, having that late pro day where he runs a sub 4.4, and he's sort of the last guy on people's minds. You know, it's a great thing to be the last guy to leave the room sometime.
Paulsen, since the Texans took Stingley here at number 3, we've heard many rumors, including them perhaps trading back up for a wide receiver with their next pick. Right now, let's pretend like they don't do that. Let's pretend they stick for a Jermaine Johnson, a Jordan Davis, someone of that caliber. What do you think about their offense as it stands right now, including Brandon Cooks' most recent extension?
Well, Cooks is in a pretty good spot. He's been productive whenever he's been the number 1 receiver for his team. He had another good year last year. I was sort of hoping the Packers might trade for him this offseason, but then he re-upped. After that, though, it's either unproven or guys that are sort of fading. Nico Collins was a rookie last year, was okay. Chris Conley, okay. Philip Dorsett. You know, these are the guys that are showing up on our depth chart here. So they have a need. They certainly do have a need. And I'm interested to see if they are going to move forward with Davis Mills. I mean, he was pretty good last year. All given everything that was going on with that team, he was pretty solid at quarterback. And I don't know if they are, you know, sort of approaching the next 3 or 4 years thinking that they have their guy. But getting a good receiver and really seeing what he's able to do with a true alpha would be a good test for him in the next year or two.
What else are you sweating out right now, Davis? What are some of your biggest stances, largest bets, largest leans on tonight as we move along here?
Well, the thing that would be a windfall was I kind of picked this up with some other people would be if the Giants took Willis. I hit him at 40-1 to go exactly 5, which I don't think is going to happen, but I got him 20-1 just for the Giants to take him. So that would be pretty nice. The biggest wagers I made are boring ones: over 6.5 wide receivers, under 3.5 quarterbacks, Pickens to go today. Over on Kenny Pickett at all the numbers that were posted on him. I think Pickett is going to be the guy who gets left out here. I think that Ritter and Willis are going to be the guys who go. And I just need Pickett to get past 16. And then, I mean, the big sweat for me was just getting the Texans to take a corner in general.
We have also just seen not only Texans take the corner, Jets quickly follow that up with the Bearcats' own Ahmed, Sauce, Gardner, Staggs. What are your thoughts on that pick? As I don't know about your mock, my mock is now 3 or 4. It's not going to be perfect in 2022.
I'm right there with you, man. The Sauce thing is sort of a surprise, right? Like, we know Salah, and you know he's basically never had a corner drafted over 90. You know, in Seattle, like same thing with San Francisco. You know. Now they have a bona fide guy, I guess, who they think could be their, Jalen Ramsey, and they've got to make him into that. But you know, they need a little bit of pass rush, and I thought they were pass rush over pass coverage. But I guess when you've got John Franklin Myers, you've got Quinnen Williams, who you spent a high pick on, you got that money you spent with Carl Lawson last year, you think you're going to get by, especially. You know, the depth, they've got 34 and 38 as well. We got to remember that. And I like some guys like Abida Kite and Mafe, who could go to them in the second as an edge. And hey, they might even double defense and go edge here at 10, even though that's not what I think they'll do. But the fit for Gardner's great. He probably comes in from day one and is their number one corner. You do have a Hall there who's, a pretty good player who started to step it up late in the season. I'm interested to see how it plays out. It's not exactly the route I would have gone. I would have just, hammered your protect Zach Wilson, have one of the best lines in the league, and gone that way. But picks made.
And I did. I thought they were going to go that direction at all. But at the same time, Davis, I'm sure both of us have so many bets that we forget. And then now that I'm kind of surfacing behind the scenes, I did see I was also very heavy on Thibodeau over 4.5, believing that very early in the process. So I will take a 3-for-4 mock early on in the night and cash that ticket instead happily.
Yeah, I got a lot of Ahmad Gardner -7.5 because that seemed like a rough line. So cash that way too.
There we go. We're feeling good.
I don't think Gardner is like a terrible pick here. I just think it's more confusing since I just assume Salah would take, even though we know he doesn't have much, I assumed he did not realize that, and they would instead go offensive tackle to Zach Wilson. But Gardner, of course, just to have, he never allowed a touchdown in coverage on 1,100 coverage snaps in college. That in itself is impressive. He's literally a guy you leave on an island, and I just didn't think
and his name is Sauce.
And his name is Sauce.
That's Sauce.
Sometimes it's easy as that analysis. Actually.
His bling too, man. Like he's got to get a
great chain.
Like he's got to get like some Sweet Baby Ray's. He's got to get some Frank's Red Hot. Like he got to get some Sauce sponsorships now, or else somebody needs to be fired.
This is really working out for the Giants assuming they have good grades on Thibodeau, because if they take him. And he's real. I mean, Daigle's been in the weeds. He's watching these guys film. I'm not going to pretend to know how good of a player Thibodeau is going to be in the NFL, but the scouts seem to think he's very good. And if they take him here at 5, they're locked into a tackle who has also gotten really good grades in Evan Neal and Icky, which feels very good for them.
Well, let's discuss this because I believe it's getting announced on the TV right now. The Giants just ended Thibodeau's run, shockingly, and grabbed him at number 5 overall. Mike Garafolo reported that Thibodeau's interviews with the Giants, both New York teams actually, went horrendously bad, but maybe that was a smokescreen they were playing. I have no idea because, yes, he is now the number 5 overall pick. What are your initial thoughts? Let's start with you, Staggs.
I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with how the board fell, right? Because we didn't get one of the tackles off the board at, 4 or 3 with the Texans. So now they have sort of, when you have that wraparound pick and you've got to pick between 3 guys, you can maybe spend a little bit more, capital and get Kayvon Thibodeau and then get that tackle at 7, even if you might want to trade out. So, I thought tackle was going to be one of their picks. I still think that, but now they have... they probably have very similar grades on Icky and Evan Neal and maybe even Charles Cross. I know who you have, connected to the Giants. I'm a little bit more on the side that it's Evan Neal, Daboll's connection to Alabama, just his ability to play right tackle and proven ability on the field. So it's going to be interesting, but the Thibodeau fits so good because now he can play across from Aziz Angelari, who was a 2nd-round pick last year, who many regarded as a 1st-round talent out of Georgia, but he's a smaller pass rusher. It immensely helps their defense. And if they could find a way to maybe keep James Bradbury, even though it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to get cut, their defense, I think, would be pretty good. They played pretty good for stretches last season.
We're going to talk about their offense in just a second, Paulsen, but quickly, Davis, I want to ask if you happen to own any of Thibodeau's cryptocurrency.
I didn't even know that was a thing. That's amazing, though. No, I don't own any of it. But one thing that I do really like about this draft class is that it seems a lot of them have other interests than being football players. Like Icky likes to play chess. Hutchinson did the whole mass media, the podcast documentary with PFF. Like I think all that stuff is cool. I really enjoy when new guys come to the NFL and they're not like, I play football and that's what I do. I'm a football player.
That's one of the things they hated, like teams hated most about him, was that his off-field antics, what they cited as antics were he created his own cryptocurrency, $J Ream, REAM, I believe is what it is. And
Okay.
I almost purchased some before just in case he didn't get drafted number 2 overall, thinking that was going to be my hedge into betting him. I did not though. And then also he mentioned in interviews he wanted to build a charter school in his hometown in South LA, and coaches were disgusted by that thought. It's like, how about you put yourself on the field first before you think about what you give back? And again, NFL coaches are moronic. And so this is the way they think. And they pushed him down draft boards for that reason, despite being a very athletic individual. But Paulsen, I want to come to you on Daniel Jones. Right now, the Giants don't add a tackle. I can see it happening with number 7 just in a couple picks here. But what are your thoughts right now before we get into their number 7 pick?
It's kind of hard to buy into a big breakout for Daniel Jones, although the one thing in his favor is that they've got Brian Daigle now as the lead guy there, and he brought along Josh Allen, who everybody thought stunk after the draft, and I saw Josh Allen reading some mean tweets from Bills fans commenting on his pick. It was pretty funny. But there is that, that you leave the candle on, because Jones can run the ball. So he can even be, if he could even be a mediocre passer and run for 30, 40 yards a game, he could be a fantasy factor and definitely get in the streaming conversation, which he's not been in really this last year. So the Giants in general kind of scare me. The offensive line has been really bad, and that usually tanks the running back. So Saquon has had a tough time, and I don't, unless they address it, which they may, it isn't like impossible to turn around a bad offensive line and make it mediocre. We've seen several teams do that in the last few years. Galladay, I was down on last year. He did not perform very well. Shepard is kind of a target hog when he's out on the field and available. And then Tony has obviously been having an up and down off season. He performed very well for a short stretch last year before getting hurt. They lost Evan Ingram to free agency, and now they have Ricky Seals-Jones in that spot. So it's not an appealing offense. There are going to be some pieces here and there that we can utilize and draft, but it's not like I'm going to run out and say Daniel Jones is a great late round pick right now. It's hard to perform behind an offensive line like that for any sort of stretch of time.
The Panthers are on the clock at number 6 overall, Davis. Any leans on where they go in David Tepper's dream scenario that he literally has his pick of the litter between Ekwonu, Cross, and Neal?
I think Ekwonu is probably the guy that they take here. It seemed like from the amount of mock drafts I read and tracking this stuff on grinding the mocks, that he's kind of the consensus number 1. So it seems like they probably do that, but then the Giants get their pick of, Cross, Neal. There's another guy who's supposed to be really good too, right? Maybe I'm
Ekwonu, Cross, Neal, and Trevor Penning is the other one.
Oh, but that's the one that people say is bad. That's the one that the Seahawks are supposed to like him.
He's not bad. It's just
he's not bad. He just played against small schools. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's a mid-teens projection, so people putting him in the top 10 seems a little weird. But it's crazy that all 3 are still on the board, because they had been, Charles Cross to the Panthers, Charles Cross to the Panthers, Charles Cross to the Panthers, because we thought 1 or 2 of these guys were going to be off the board. We know they need a true right tackle because they sort of have Taylor Moton entrenched. They signed, Bozeman. They signed Corbett from the Rams. So they've made an sort of overhaul of this offensive line, but they have Brady Christensen currently slotted in to be the left tackle. But now, you got 3 of these guys on the board. That makes this pick a little bit more enticing for a trade out too. And that's the scary part. So I had I got a lot of long shots on receivers at 6. Because I think this is a good trade out spot to get ahead of that run we talked about with the Giants. We talked about the Falcons, the Jets. So I wonder if having 3 of them here makes that a little bit more interesting.
Well, I wonder if they're on the phones right now. I wonder if that's why the pick hasn't been tipped yet. I wonder if they're working the phones right now.
Let's get it, boys. Let's get it. Let's go.
And if they are on the phones, it could be The Chiefs also, Staggs, are rumored to move up here. The Saints are rumored to move up here, whether it be for the offensive tackle of their choice or if they want to jump the line for a Jameson Williams or Olave. But yeah, I imagine they're working the phones. Oh, and now we get the word that the pick is officially in. It seems like they're going to commercial first before they announce, but the pick is in, so they are not going to trade out. And I did not project them to trade out, if only because bad teams don't make good decisions. And so I just assumed they would not be able to find, like, they could find a trade partner. I guarantee you, though, they're asking for far too much, especially because they were already rumored to be targeting 2023 picks. And as we know, everyone is hoarding their 2023 picks as if they're slammers in the 90s. That's a boomer reference, but I don't care.
That went over my head. Slammers in the 90s. That's you missed me. You missed me, Daigle.
There's something called Pogs. We used to play for keeps, if you remember that, but you may not. It doesn't seem like you're familiar.
I don't know what Pogs are, but I only know them via pop culture references. Like, I've heard the reference to Pogs plenty times.
Paulsen, would Pogs hold up in 2022? I don't know, actually. Maybe in the family, if you're playing with your child and get to play keep away from one another.
John, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm 48 years old, so I don't know if I'm too old for this.
Pogs?
I'm with you on Pogs, though. But they'd have to make some online app for these kids these days, you know. They'd have to make some video game out of it.
To be clear, since everyone's here for my references, Pogs are cardboard circles with art on them that you would take to the playground. You get out of cereal boxes and everything else. And then you had one heavy one, like 5 pounds, right? Maybe not that much, hyperbole, 2 pounds. And it was like silver or gold, called a slammer. And the idea is to stack Pogs, right? 5 of yours, 5 of your opponents, your friends, and then slam it down. And if it went heads up, art side up, you got to keep it. And you kept on doing that for keeps, taking your friends' Pogs home and then bringing them back to the playground. And I can't believe this is how I get introduced into gambling, by the way. It was really just a Pogs fiend from the very beginning. I can't believe no one else on this show, well, Staggs, has ever heard of that.
What years would you be doing this?
I was born in 87, so I was doing this in 94, 95.
Yeah, 92 to 95, something like that. Like
Luis, our boss, chiming in from Mexico. Pogs are amazing. Thank you very much.
So I don't think that was a boomer reference. I think that was like maybe a millennial.
Yeah,
it was maybe a cultured reference, actually.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
More importantly, Davis, let's get back here to the draft, because the Panthers, as we mentioned, did stay in and make the pick, and it looks like they're sticking with Ike Ekwonu, their favorite tackle on the board, at number 6 overall. Your thought, since he's protecting higher spirit knows who right now?
Well, they're gonna have to work on a little bit of salary relief, because Baker and Darnold are gonna combine to cost $37 million against the cap, and Jimmy and Darnold are gonna combine to cost $45 million against the cap. They picked at 6. They didn't trade back. They don't pick again until, I believe, 137th overall, 137th overall. So either their plan right now is to go into this season with Sam Darnold as their course, Sam Darnold and PJ Walker and maybe Cam Newton, or to find someone to take on the contract of Sam Darnold and to acquire Jimmy Garoppolo or Baker Mayfield. It feels like Baker is going to be the quarterback of the Carolina Panthers, probably.
Even though, like, we heard that both teams, like, both sides canceled one another and said that, like, well, I don't want to go there. Well, we don't want
mutual disinterest. Well, I'll never forget it. One of the best phrases in NFL history, mutual disinterest.
Paulsen, I want to come to you on DJ Moore and the spin on their passing game, because if it's the same situation as last year, how can we possibly buy into it despite genuinely loving DJ Moore?
Yeah, DJ Moore you feel bad for him. But where he goes in drafts, it's the discounts there. You're getting you're getting the bad quarterback discount. And if it ends up with being Baker instead of Darnold, that could be an upgrade there for him, I think. So it might not all be doom and gloom for him if he ends up with Baker. If it's Darnold, then it's not as good. You look back at the last year's draft and the Panthers' decision to pass on Justin Fields, and you wonder, do they regret that, or are they still feeling like they made the right move there? I think you're looking at Moore as probably a low-end wide receiver too, still top 20 for me. If Baker comes in there, though, I think there's some upside there.
What if Jimmy is the quarterback? What if Jimmy is DJ Moore's quarterback? Crossing routes all day, 7-yard slants, baby.
I mean,
Sure.
I'm the only person. I was going to say as much as anyone. I'm the only person who loves Ben McAdoo and thinks he's a visionary, thinks he's truly good at football, despite being an absolute dork on the mic. But I question if he's intelligent enough to play DJ Moore strictly in crossers, because if so, he deserves all the credit that only I'm giving him.
I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting aspects to this because the Panthers are the only team in the NFL right now who have the salary cap in order to get one of those two guys. But I don't know if either of them changes the outlook for DJ Moore of 90 catches, 1,200 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Like, I don't know if anybody's moving the needle for him, right? Like, his numbers are probably going to be the same. And you look at Icky, you get the top tackle in the draft at 6, you got to be ecstatic. And this is another guy who stays in the state at NC State going to Carolina. So, the fit is good. He's the best left tackle there is in the draft, and everybody thinks very highly of him. He's going to make Christian McCaffrey better because he's a mauling run blocker. So I'm interested for the fit. It's fun.
I mean, I do think that Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo would be an upgrade over Darnold. Now, it's not crazy big, but neither one of them run. Darnold runs a little bit, so there's a few more pass attempts available.
Sure.
They're a little bit more accurate. They're a little bit better. I mean, Darnold was just flat out bad last year, other than the rushing touchdowns. So I do think. I think
first 5 games.
I do think there's a little bit of optimism there. If one of those two guys lands there, I think I would move them up a couple spots. But I see what you're saying. I mean, it's not like we're going to Patrick Mahomes or something. But we're going from probably shouldn't be starting to yes, these guys are starter caliber.
Yeah, NFL starter level.
Yeah,
I feel you there.
Those first 5 games will live in infamy and Fantasy Hall of Fame.
I'll never forget taking the Panthers that Thursday night game in Survivor and feeling like I just escaped. Like it was against the Texans, right? The Week 3 Thursday night game. Yeah. And I was just like, wow, Sam Darnold with 2 rushing touchdowns felt like a genius. Didn't last very long.
Did he rush for 4 in consecutive weeks? Something like that?
After Week 5, I believe he led the NFL in rushing touchdowns.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rushing quarterback Sam Darnold, never to be seen from again. Davis, we also got the announcement before you jumped on that Underdog announced a $10 million, because Jeremy Levine is just bored on his yachts, plural, $10 million prize pool to Best Ball Million 3 tournament. What is the first thought that comes to your mind whenever you start planning the draft for that tournament, knowing we now have no choice but to max enter it?
I mean, like it's to the point of which the field is so large. Like it kind of in years past, we've been like, yeah, you need a draft, like you're right. But if you miss on a couple spots or you have a couple guys who get hurt, you can still sneak through and get lucky. But it's so big now, and the final rounds are going to be so big. I mean, it's just, you're going to have to play perfect. So it's which is great, right? Because I love to gamble. Nothing's better than gambling, So it's a good gamble, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait for them to press that button on Monday and to start getting after it.
Is that the official start date? Is they're launching it on Monday?
I'm just assuming. I'm assuming that. I mean, how many entries are in this thing for it to be 10 million? I mean, it's got to be. Well, I can't even.
I've kind of, and I literally don't have any hints on this, despite texting Josh all the time. But I kind of just figured they seem like the kind of company that would drop it on us tonight. Just like the moment the draft ends, be like, hey, guess what? The Best Ball Million 3 is here to stay, and just like throw it on us, and then we can run in and start drafting overnight. I kind of have been working under that assumption.
I mean, if they do it, I'll be in there. I'll be in those streets. You'll catch me in there tonight if they do drop it. That would be amazing.
400,000 entries, as TJ Hernandez notes.
A lot of entries.
Literally a 17-week best ball tournament, or a 17-week DK Millie tournament, essentially what that is. Like survive, get lucky 17 weeks in a row, since that's when it's going to take. It's the World Series of Poker now, just in terms of best ball. Sure, there's some skill involved, but no one can show up and be like, this was all skill. It's absolutely going to take some luck. As Staggs, we also now get word the Giants did, in fact, wait and sit on the interior player of their choice in Evan Neal. Your thoughts?
Evan Neal's a great pick here, man. Like there was early in the betting process, he was the postseason betting process. He was the favored number one pick. But, it sort of moved to Icky, moved to Aiden, moved to Trayvon late here. But Neal is amazing. Like he can play guard, he can play tackle. He's going to be probably the right tackle across from Andrew Thomas from day one. Brian Dable's intimately familiar with him from his time at Alabama. The reason they asked, so everybody was on Charles Cross to the Giants, and they asked Charles Cross to play like right tackle at a pro day, but that was only because Evan Neal could have been off the board. Like they know what Evan Neal is in the SEC playing right tackle. Like he's a great fit for this offense, and he sort of moves everybody else down a slot, and he can play on an island. And you can watch numerous snaps of him shutting down the number one overall pick in this draft. It's a great fit. There's nothing bad about this. Like the Giants just hit 2 fucking home runs. Like 2 guys who were considered at one time the number one person in this draft. They are both on the Giants next year. Like how can you dislike that, boys?
I was asked in the process. I went on our friends Joe Ostrowski, BetQL, Bet Daily show, and he asked me which team is the least likely to screw this up. What team is going to benefit the most in the draft? And I said the Giants. This new regime can't screw up these 2 picks because they can literally sit on whoever they want and allow every team between them to screw it up. Just the fact they did not reach for Aquanu, Cross, or Neal and said, screw it, we will get whoever we want. The fact that
the old fantasy play.
Neal has experience, that as well. But Neal has experience with under Nick Saban, by the way, remember, but 13 starts at right guard as a freshman, 13 at right tackle the following year, and then 15 at left tackle the next year. Also benched 475 pounds, squat 650, and reportedly hit 18.5 miles per hour at top speed when he was training. Like the dude is an overall freak. I think the Giants played it absolutely perfectly despite not adding, as you mentioned, a fantasy player, but at the same time, in making the wise choice, in my opinion, and passing on Davis, Daniel Jones's 5th-year option, very clearly they're going elsewhere next year, and they know it.
Yeah, they were one of the teams rumored to be signing Trubisky, right? And then I think Trubisky's agent did just too good of a job. I don't think the Giants wanted to give him $10 million or $7.5 million with incentives is what I think the Steelers ended up giving him. I got to be honest, I really thought that we were going to get Malik Willis there, or I didn't really think, but I would have really liked to see it, and I thought it was more probable than the market was suggesting. I don't know, and I think the Giants did do great. I think both of those picks are really good. Again, I'm not in the trenches scouting Evan Neal, but how often do you pick tackles from Bama and they end up being disappointing? Doesn't feel like that happens that often, but I mean, it does feel like, I don't know, one of these teams needs to take a quarterback soon because I think the quarterback on the rookie contract, it's the biggest cheat code in professional sports.
I have a feeling with the Falcons on the clock and turning in their pick so quickly at number 8, we are about to have some fantasy spin, and we will do that with Jennifer Eakins. But before we bring Garon Davis, any other parting words you'd like to give a shout out to anyone out there?
No, let's get some wide receivers here and under 3.5 quarterbacks, and we're all good.
I'm rooting for you, buddy. Thank you to Davis for coming on. But now, let's go ahead and bring on our friend, Jennifer Eakins. Jennifer, I believe you are just on the clock here because we are now getting word that the Falcons, with the number 8 overall pick, just took Drake London, who every Atlanta beat writer suggested they would take. So you're on the clock. You now arrived at the perfect time to talk about fantasy implications with the Falcons and Drake London.
Yeah, I guess I need to get on that tracker too. At the same time, I don't know. I can do both. But
wait for after. Everyone could wait. Don't worry.
Yeah,
we can talk about it live and then do it.
No, that's exciting. I'm glad we're finally entering fantasy relevancy. Even though, of course, all the other players are fantasy relevant in their own way, right? They have their part in making other players fantasy relevant. But look, we all know the Falcons needed wide receiver help. This is not a surprise, I don't think, to anybody. I think a lot of people, didn't necessarily have Drake London as the first wide receiver off the board. I did, so I cashed that bet. So I'm thrilled with that as a sidebar.
Awesome.
But yeah, no, I think I think it's a great pick. I think, like I said, the Falcons are definitely in need of that help there. So they're obviously Calvin Ridley is suspended, and so I think it's a good fit. I think that he has a chance to obviously be fantasy relevant from the get.
Paulsen, London, as we know, did have an injured ankle to close his final year, but still tested it at his own pro day and a full workout, and has since been cleared for football activities, I believe as early as the moment the Falcons now head to OTAs. So what are your thoughts, assuming that we are going to get a full year, developmental year, of Drake London in Atlanta?
Well, everybody knew that the Falcons needed a receiver. This is not a huge surprise. I just sent Jen a Slack message. She was wondering about opportunity grade for London, and I would give it a B because the opportunity, certainly the targets are there, and targets are available, but the quarterback situation is an F. We don't know what Marcus Mariota is going to bring to the table. If he's going to be the QB1 there, he probably will be. If he could be mediocre, then London is going to probably have a good year. Pitts is going to be a factor, so you've got 1 and 2 there, and you don't know which one's one necessarily, because I think Pitts is probably good enough that he could get himself into a role where he's getting more targets than London is on a weekly basis. But that's sort of a coin flip, I think, for me. The big question is Mariota and his, the quality of his passing after not starting for a while and kind of flaming out so early in his career. He was pretty good early on in Tennessee, and then things just kind of went sideways for him. So if he can get back on track, then there's some upside here. But it's not the best landing spot, by far, for a receiver to land. So this is not the greatest spot for him to land.
Staggs, London averaged 15 targets and 11 catches per game through his 8 starts before injury. Do you think that's because a perhaps lack of talent around him at USC, or does he bring the real deal profile to the Falcons in the NFL?
Yes and yes. Like, he was the only dude there. Everybody knew he was the only dude there, and they still couldn't stop him. So that's like a plus in itself. He's a great contested catch receiver. He's probably the best underneath route runner in this class. Like, if you talk about Drake London, he plays some of that Devontae Adams game. He's not as good as after the catch, right? But before the catch, he is very good. He's a precise route runner. He runs the slant as good as anybody in this class. And just him going to the Falcons, it gives them 2 gigantic targets in him and Kyle Pitts. There's not many teams that can match up with those 2 guys size-wise, and it's also a very different archetype than Calvin Ridley, because they could have gone Garrett Wilson here. They go for the Drake London, a different archetype, first wide receiver off the board. There's some crazy things, like I think Drake bet $100K that he was the first receiver off the board, paid $335K, so he's sitting nice at the club tonight. But London's a great fit in this offense. Arthur Smith has shown a propensity for liking these big wide receivers. Even to play in the slot, he liked the big AJ Brown. So I think it's a great fit. I think he's going to have we got to see where the rest of these guys end up, but it's right where I thought he'd end up. It's a great landing spot, and I think he could be the centerpiece of a passing offense, even though he won't need to be with Kyle Pitts in town.
Any thoughts, Jennifer, on Marcus Mariota? We talked about the Falcons a little bit. Paulsen even mentioned that they only have Pitts in London, right? That's really all we can go to unless we go back to Cordell Patterson, which I believe he will, since he's going so late right now in early best ball drafts. But do you have any strong opinions on Marcus Mariota? Would you take a chance on him in the later rounds, perhaps?
In best ball, for sure. In redraft, I don't know that I really want a part of Marcus Mariota. I guess we really need to wait and see, possibly training camp, preseason, see which Marcus Mariota shows up. I know we've had a bunch of different iterations of him throughout his career so far. So I think best ball, though, he's fine for a late round target. In like 1 QB redraft, there's way too many quarterbacks, I think, in better situations and better talent-wise than Mariota. So, yeah, that's, I think that, listen, he may surprise us. He's one of those guys like Trubisky. Every now and then he has a good little streak. So that's why I think for best ball he's good, because he could have those spike weeks.
London also apparently calling himself and Kyle Pitts the Twin Towers now. So he's already moved up my board of favorite players. You spoke on it a little. You spoke on it a little, Paulsen. But how are you going to handle like Pitts and London, knowing they were clearly the number 1 and 2 targets? Is it a situation where you don't even overthink it, and like those are the only 2 players you're focusing on?
Yeah, we'll just see how things shake out in rest of free agency. There are still some players out there, and like, how determined are they to win this year? I mean, honestly, like, are they trying to make the playoffs, or are they just, kind of treading water and trying to find their, quarterback of the future by tanking? So I don't like this. This is a situation where fantasy wise, it can go sideways pretty quickly. One of these guys gets dinged up. They don't want to bring him back. It just, when they're not trying to win, then there's no incentive to play guys that are sort of fringe healthy. So I think from a weekly standpoint, if they're both playing, it sort of depends on what sort of reports we get out of camp. We know what Kyle Pitts is. The fantasy community is down on him because he didn't just totally tear it up as a rookie tight end, but he actually had one of the best rookie tight end seasons in the last dozen years. I think he did have the best. Just not doing enough to satisfy people that took him ahead of Mark Andrews, which I think is the reason for all the chagrin. He's going to be a high target guy, and I think so will London. I think this offense will go through the 2 of them and Patterson, as you mentioned, in terms of passing. And I don't think they're going to try to make it simple for Mariota, get him back to basics and, 1, 2, 3 reads and done. Throw it away.
Staggs, we are also finding out right now the Seahawks just submitted their pick, and it looks like it is none other than Charles Cross, because you cannot establish the run without another player to establish the run. And so we sort of figured their fallback, their lazy option, would be an interior or offensive tackle player. What are your thoughts? How does Cross fit into that offensive line?
I mean, Cross is sort of, for many offensive lines, Cross would have been the perfect fit. But this is a team that's going to be extremely run-based. So Cross comes from an air raid system in the SEC, coached by Mike Leach, where they throw the ball more than anybody. And he's got major question marks as a run blocker. But overall, Charles Cross has a profile of a top, 1 tackle in the NFL. So I don't think you could pass up on the potential for him to be the best tackle in order to get a guy who more fits your nasty mentality like Trevor Penning. There was a lot of mocks sort of connecting Cross to the Seahawks, so I think it's a good fit. There's not much I dislike about it. The only thing I would have liked more is the Kayvon Thibodeau slip continuing to happen for a little bit of extra juice in the pocket, but we're doing all right so far. Cross, is overall, he's uber athletic. He's another one of these tackles that ran, real fast at the combine. He's tall, he's lanky, he's got long arms. He's got great pass setting form. So, against the pass rushers in that division, he's going to play great. He's great against outside move. He's got a great counter against the inside move. So I'm really excited to see him develop. It's just overall, if you're the Seahawks and you're going to run upwards of 50% of the time, Charles Cross has a little bit more projection in his game than many of these other sort of linemen.
To your point, under Mike Leach, his 79% pass blocking snaps the past 2 years are the most in the FBS by far. He was literally trained under fire to strictly protect in pass pro, and that's it. Very rarely did he actually get to train and learn to run block. Also remember that he only took 22 snaps in 2019, and then Leach said, screw it. Like, you're a size, you're my starter, and then gave him 720 the next year. And so he was literally learning fresh on the job. And so whenever I see and hear that, like, he just won't be good at something at the next level, could be true, but I would argue that he's just unknown. Like, we just don't know. So he could be, but it's also a volatile situation. But with this pick, Paulsen, we now know that the Seahawks will have, assuming they don't trade up or try to add someone in later rounds, at least they didn't spend first-round draft capital on a quarterback or a wide receiver, and more importantly, are going with their offense in the backfield in place right now. So what are your thoughts on the smorgasbord of wide receivers still there?
Rookie wide receivers or the Seahawks in general?
I'm sorry, I meant to say running backs.
Oh, okay. No, I think it's Rashad Penny. I see Chris Carson ranked fairly high, but with the way Penny closed the season and then getting re-signed, I don't agree with Carson over Penny. The ADP seems to agree with me. It seems like Penny's going somewhere in the 30s and Carson is going, in the 45 to 55 range, depending on which ADP you look at. Penny just showed quite a bit of juice and finally was healthy late last year. And, Carson's has been very good for them, but I think he's starting to fade a little bit in his career. So I think it's Penny. And then you just look at that quarterback situation. Have they said that they're out on Jimmy G or maybe Mayfield, or are they really going to go in with Locke?
They haven't been linked to Garoppolo, but I think both sides between Mayfield and the Seahawks are definitely interested, if only because Mayfield knows he can start there for sure. And the Seahawks, it makes a lot of sense. Even Pete Carroll said his name aloud in press conferences quite a few times this offseason. So I wouldn't rule it out.
But then the Seahawks and the 49ers are no fans of each other, probably aren't going to do a trade.
Yeah. Even though
Jimmy G.
Yeah, I don't want to dunk on him, but the 49ers will be wise to make that deal. We'll give you whatever you want.
You can have them.
You can have them.
So you just kind of feel bad for DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, two really good receivers that are going to be sort of languishing, I think, with poor quarterback play. They're going from Russell Wilson to Drew Lock at this point. And, best case scenario is probably Mayfield. And that would be less of a downgrade, but not insignificantly. I mean, it's a big drop from Wilson to Mayfield. So you're looking at a run-heavy, grinded-out offense. You've also got Noah Fant in there at tight end, so the passing pie is not going to be very big, and it's going to be split up amongst those three, probably plus more, with some going to Swain and Eskridge, et cetera. So it's going to be a tough offense to really buy into.
We're going to go around the table, starting with you, Jen, because it looks like the Deebo Samuel trade just died as the Jets turned in their card at number 10 overall and went with a team captain, the next highest wide receiver on their board, and Ohio State wide receiver Garrett Wilson. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on, now that it's official, the Elijah Moore, Garrett Wilson fallout from Zach Wilson.
Wow. I don't know. I don't know if I really bought into the Deebo thing. So I think that, I don't know. I think, hold on a second. Sorry, I'm doing 5 things at once, and I kind of half heard your thing. Okay, so the Jets took Garrett Wilson. Is that what you said?
Jets just took Garrett Wilson. Now have Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, and remember they also gave Braxton Berrios $12 million as well to come back.
Right. I mean, I wish they had a better quarterback to support all those guys. I mean, Zach Wilson, of course, he was a rookie. We don't know exactly what we have in him yet, and he has another year, I think, to kind of prove himself. I do think that. Like I said, I didn't necessarily buy into that Deebo situation. So I think that that aside, they got a good guy. I mean, Garrett Wilson, some people had him ranked as their top guy coming off the board at wide receiver. So I think that, the Jets are young, as we all know, all over the place, really. So there's plenty of room for improvement. There's a lot of mouths to feed, though, with a guy that, hasn't shown that he can really get the ball downfield as much. I don't know. His consistency obviously was a question last year. So I think that, good for Wilson. He got that first round thing and first round money and whatnot. But I think that, the Jets still have a lot to kind of prove and a lot to show. And they have a lot of young talent. I mean, they have Michael Carter and they just have a lot of youth, which couldn't be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing.
Staggs, what are your thoughts on Garrett Wilson and the Jets offense?
I mean, overall, it's a great fit. Things you look at for Deebo is yak ability. Deebo has that in spades. So does Garrett Wilson. He's got 4.38 speed. He's that 6 foot plateau, but he can create quick space better than anybody in this class. So you want to run quick screens to get the ball out of Zach Wilson's hands. He could do that. He's also proven to be able to play off other receivers and still keep his head in the game, with Olave. So maybe him and Moore, are a dynamic twosome. And I think that's major possibility. He could play inside and out. They're going to move him around the formation. They can run jet sweeps with them. If they want to put him in the backfield, they can. I just don't think that's something, teams really want to do all that often. But, getting him on the edge against the defense would be trouble. So I think he brings a lot of the things Debo does at a more cost controlled and at a younger age and without, sort of a lengthy injury history, because Debo isn't a flawless receiver. He's a sort of a 1-year breakout right now, even though he's been very, very good in the yak department in multiple seasons. But we've got to see how that shakes out. And sorry, I just got distracted by the TV there. My bad.
You're okay. I'll go ahead and say, because Paulsen,
It happened to me too, Staggs.
before we get your thoughts, Paulsen, a quick announcement. There was a trade at number 11. We don't have the full details just yet, but the Commanders have moved back in place of the Saints, who traded up to number 11 overall. We were aware that the Saints are very high on Chris Olave. They're also mentioned to perhaps grab an offensive lineman like Trevor Penning, who's still on the board, or maybe even they move up for a quarterback, even though I don't think that would be the case. So we may see for the first time, and probably not the last time tonight, Paulsen, your hopes and dreams die in front of us as Olave comes off the board.
Yeah, that would be disappointing. But let's talk about the Jets, who are not disappointing at all. They're just a fantastic organization.
The best.
This is going, Garrett Wilson, this is a good landing spot in terms of snaps available, targets available, all that. It's just going to take a Zach Wilson big step forward for Wilson, Elijah Moore. And I think we talked about it on the podcast, but Braxton Berrios is going to be a thorn in the side of both of these guys. He's a 6 to 7 target guy. They start handing him the ball. They obviously re-signed him because they liked what he did last year out of the slot, and he gets open. So he's going to be I think Wilson and more managers are going to be annoyed by Berrios throughout the year. They also added CJ Uzomah, Tyler Conklin at tight end, who are also going. So this is another situation where we have this kind of so-so passing pie being divvied up 4 to 5 ways. And it's just going to lead to a lower ceiling for all these players. Wilson's a really good route runner. I like the pick from a real football standpoint. It's great for Zach Wilson. He is in a great position with his weapons there now. So I do expect him to take a significant step forward. I just don't think he's going to be able to, turn into an elite quarterback that can support 2 top 25 receivers or anything like that.
The official terms, by the way, coming in are the Saints trading their 16th pick overall tonight, also a 3rd and 4th rounder this year, to Washington only for the 11th pick. A good deal, actually, in terms of draft capital for the Commanders, who may have not have made the best decision in the draft capital and money they handed over to Carson Wentz. So at least they are collecting some of that right now. As we await this pick, though, for the Saints to come in, as we talked about, multiple directions they could go. Staggs, your thoughts again on, we already talked about Garrett Wilson, but do you have a particular favorite in that offense in fantasy, since we know, as Paulsen mentioned, we're going to be picking and having to make a choice between Wilson and Elijah Moore now?
I think I'm going to take the guy in Elijah Moore who, found the end zone at a high clip in the middle portion of the season there. What do you have, a 5-week stretch where he found the end zone 5 times? He's targeted at least 6 times in every game during that stretch. I think it spells doom and gloom for Corey Davis, who they spent a lot of, free agent money on. I think Braxton Berrios is likely to remain, a dedicated slot, which gives me some concern, for Moore and for Wilson, as I would like to see them line up in the slot, a good portion of their snaps. But I'm sort of wondering, even despite adding these tight ends, if they run a little bit more 4 wide receiver sets than we expect, because they're starting to get depth there. And it's just an interesting offense. And it's, you got to say that they're putting all their pieces around Zach Wilson. They're putting all their chips in the basket and pushing it in. So I'm interested to see how it plays out.
Paulsen, or actually, Jennifer, let's come back to you because the Saints just submitted their pick. And now it looks like, for the time being anyways, we may have to ask who we want to draft behind Michael Thomas between Chris Olave to the Saints at number 11 overall, or a player like Traquan Smith or another secondary wide receiver. How do you think it all shakes out in the end for the Saints offense now?
The Saints have been searching for that wide receiver too for so long. They keep rotating all these guys, and I think it's tough because Michael Thomas, burned so many people last year that I think a lot of people are going to be gun shy with him anyway. So I think some people may, choose to let him go and let other people spend money on him and then go for the, Olave or Traquan Smith because they'll probably be cheaper. Olave may not be by the time we get around to it. I'm not sure what his ADP or where he'll land, and people may end up spiking him up a little bit. But I think we'll see a lot of people actually going towards those guys, people that have recency bias against Thomas, which would be nice actually if Thomas's ADP drops and we can scoop him up for cheap too. That would be pretty nice as well. So I think without Drew Brees, that's another wrench in the whole situation. You've got Jameis, and not really sure how that's going to pan out. But I think the Saints have, at least in the past, had a really good offense that you can count on. But we have a whole new regime there, and it'll be interesting to kind of see how it does all shake out.
We also have breaking news while everyone's still here. The Lions have now traded up into number 12 overall with the Vikings, who could have gone a number of different directions. So we will wait out what the Lions decide to do with this pick. We already talked about that they are also in the market for a receiver, and there are multiple top receivers still on the board. But Paulsen, I want to get your thoughts on Olave, Marquez Callaway, Michael Thomas coming back, and the spin on that offense.
This is a good landing spot, I think, for Olave. Michael Thomas is sort of questionable in terms of how long he'll be there as the de facto number one receiver. The quarterback situation is not bad. Jameis Winston is capable, as we've seen in recent years, of supporting a couple of good fantasy receivers. I don't think have much at tight end. So it's a good spot, and I think he'll burn on that turf. And I'm interested to see which of these players, Olave or Michael Thomas, ends up going earlier in fantasy drafts. The people that got burned by Michael Thomas last year got burned, and he's going to slip. And now you have a very talented, good route runner, extremely fast. Yes, his yak isn't there, as Anthony mentioned earlier at the top of the, but he's so fast and such a good route runner that doesn't need to be. He can get yards in other ways. So I'm interested to see, where their ADP settles in the next month or so between Michael Thomas and Olave. But I think this is a great pick for Winston, who looks like a very good value pick. You wonder now how much they're going to let him pass after last year. They were sort of had the handcuffs on him, had him as a game manager. He's able to throw the ball, make all the throws. He runs a little bit. And from a fantasy standpoint, now you're adding one of the top tier receivers in the draft. I just really like this pick for Winston.
Extending your thoughts on the Saints offense now, Staggs, since, you may be slightly against Olave, and it makes sense given, only 10 career broken tackles on 176 receptions against Big Ten competition. So he really is depending on that 4.3940 time to help him separate at the next level. But overall, how do you think the offense shakes itself out?
It's an absolutely perfect fit, right? Mm-hmm. Like you talk about the archetype of Michael Thomas underneath yak. You talk about the archetype of Chris Olave, over the top, crisp routes, clean. Went to Ohio State, who the Saints have picked on a lot. That connection has been stronger than anybody. I'm just mad that this pick happened because Olave was slotted number 11 so long to the Commanders, with that Josh Norris, Ron Rivera visit, that I sort of took it off the board here late for Kyle Hamilton, and they could still end up there. But, it's an absolute perfect fit for how they want to run the offense. Jameis Winston's got a big arm, and, Olave can stretch the field. He's a crisp, clean route runner. I think they're going to run a lot of timing routes. I think, because Michael Thomas is basically slant boy, right? If we call him that, Olave is not. He can just run streaks. He could be the downfield separator. He could be the streak guy on basically any play action play. So he's going to have an ADOT. And the reason I didn't like him to Washington is he's basically the same damn receiver as Terry McLaurin. Like, how can you have two guys in that exact same archetype on the same team who take up huge air yardage shares? And, it shaked out a little bit differently, but he still ended up in the 11th slot. And, it's a great fit. And I think it makes their football team better. And they still have that pick at 19 to come back and try and replace Teron Armstead, because they have nobody to play tackle right now. They have nobody at left tackle. So that's the main concern, is can they block long enough to get Chris Olave the ball?
Jen, I will leave it to you to also discuss the number 12 overall pick, because the Lions just submitted their card. And it looks like, as we toss this around the room for fantasy takes, they moved up none other for speedster Jameson Williams to add to that receiving core, because I love Dan Campbell so freaking much. Your thoughts, Jen?
Yeah, my SEC bias aside, I think it's a great pick. I am obviously a Georgia fan, and it's hard for me to root for any Alabama situation. But I think it's a good pick for the Lions. Interesting that they moved up to get him. I don't know that they had to, but maybe they did. So I think that it's a good pick. I mean, they there's no secret that the Lions are lacking weapons in the pass catching department. So anyone that they can add to the mix, they obviously need to add to the mix. I mean, their main guy really was Amon-Ra St. Brown last season. And, they have obviously DeAndre Swift in the mix, and they have TJ Hawkinson. And I think that, we're looking at a guy that is going to be able to come in and make an immediate impact if he is healthy enough to go. I mean, he obviously had an ACL tear in the national championship game. So I'm not sure exactly what his timeline is for return. But if he is able to go, and when he is able to go, he should be fantasy relevant. Depending, of course, if we're looking at, if we're looking at Jared Goff, or if are they going to end up getting someone else in this draft, or what they're going to do? But, that's also up in the air. I mean, John, what do you think?
This is a decent landing spot for him. You wonder about his, the long-term quarterback situation is definitely up in the air. As for redraft this year, Amon-Ra St. Brown's there, DeAndre Swift's there, TJ Hawkinson is there, and he's catching passes from Jared Goff as it stands. So it's not, and he's coming off of a knee injury. So I don't know how high he'll be ranked or how many games I'll have him projected for. I got to look a little bit more into his injury. I did see a video where he was moving pretty well, and I think that helped his stock a little bit, at least keep it in the mid first round. This is quite the wide receiver run though. Is it 4 in a row, or it's pretty crazy, but not unexpected. This was at the top of the show. We were talking about this was the range where there was a number of teams that were receiver needy, and given the way that the salaries have really skyrocketed at the position, it makes sense for teams to invest in the wide receiver position in the first round. And get these guys for 4 to 5 years at a pretty low rate compared to what Christian Kirk made this last offseason. So, and now the Eagles has moved up as well. So we'll see what they're going to do. Anthony, what do you think of this pick and this fit?
Did you just see the compensation there? Because it's 12 and 46 for 32. 34 and 64. So I think the Vikings are intent to add more picks in the middle of the draft and on that day 2. And it's going to be super interesting because I don't think they paid a premium at all to move up 20 spots in the draft. So that's an interesting aspect of it as well. But we talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown. He had one of the lower ADOTs in the league. TJ Hawkinson had a lower ADOT. So Jameson Williams is the exact opposite of that. He's a field stretcher. He's probably the best vertical threat in this draft. It's a great goddamn fit. Like, should he not have been injured? Many had him as the number 1 overall receiver in the draft. That is not I, because he did we got to remember, he did transfer from Ohio State to Alabama, and he couldn't really crack the lineup over Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. He cracked the lineup, but his yards per route run, he just wasn't targeted. So, like, what's overall going on there? But he's a very different archetype, and I'm glad these teams are starting to pick different archetypes and diversify their offense, because far too often guys have been drafting the same receiver year after year after year. And, diversification is, I think, the way the NFL is going, and guys who could do multiple things. So I'm very interested. And now, with the Eagles on the clock, I can't wait to see the return for that, because the return for this one was, I'd say, pretty minimal.
Well, yeah, compare it to the return for the previous trade, which we thought that was a lot for the Saints to give up. If I'm getting my head spinning with all these trades and all these receivers. I said four receivers in a row, but it's 4 of the last 5. London, Wilson, Olave, and Jameson Williams going 8.
Yeah, and Charles Cross went in the middle there.
Yeah, 10, 11, and 12. So definitely a receiver run. I would say the over 6.5 is looking pretty good right now. But we'll see if there's a little dry spell here. I'm wondering what's going to be left for the Packers at 22.
The
Pickens, baby, Pickens.
The over 6.5 and trades over under was also 3.5. So we're 1 away from that cashing. And I told our own Dalton Cates that would not happen because it was a long shot bet he put in. And of course, he's going to get me since he's the long shot king. Jen, thank you for staying over. I know you have a very busy night, and we genuinely appreciate all the work you're doing over there on the tracker, adding your fantasy spin to everything. Anything in particular you're looking forward to talking about before we get you out of here on the Monday edition, since you're going to have the first swing at talking about fantasy fallouts?
No, I'm there's nothing absolutely specific, but I will say I'm excited. This wide receiver run is pretty sexy. I think it's fun. I need to go catch up on actually the fantasy impact of all of that on the tracker. But I think it's fun. I'm excited for, the most of the running backs will probably happen tomorrow, which will be fun as well from a fantasy perspective. And I'm excited to see if any QBs go later on this evening. If anyone trades up, or if we see Willis or Pickett or any of those guys go tonight, that should be interesting fantasy. I mean, they may not be specifically fantasy relevant, but it'll still be fun to kind of see if Pittsburgh or Seattle get in the mix for any of those guys. But thank you guys for having me. I think Mike is coming in, right? Mike Woolard, our IDP guy. And I will go continue to light up the tracker. You guys have a good rest of the show.
Have a good night, Jen.
Thank you for all your work, Jen. It's actually the perfect time to bring Mike on too, because the Eagles, as we know, just traded up to number 13 overall. The Texans moved back. And that's important because, Mike, you can tell us now why the Eagles would be infatuated with an interior run stuffer like Jordan Davis, who they also just took at number 13 overall.
Jordan Davis is a freak athlete. So I actually, if I'm not mistaken, one of my articles, I actually got a landing spot maybe correct on defense. So
Eagles, as we know,
I think I did put Jordan Davis as an ideal landing spot.
Boom. Howie Roseman was predicted to perhaps go linebacker with one of these 2 picks, and maybe he still does, but we also know he hasn't drafted a linebacker since in 20 years, something crazy like that. So nice job on nailing the Jordan Davis pick. What in your mind makes him such a special interior player?
Well, I think they need to think a little bit about the future. I think Fletcher Cox, he's 32. Javon Hargrave is going to be 30 next season, and I think he is going to be either a free agent next year or the following year. But Fletcher Cox, I know, is definitely going to be a free agent next year. So they're they're getting an elite athlete on the interior, and they've got really solid edge rushers. on the side. So, I mean, you look at his scouting metrics and just his all around play. I think they got a really solid player in defensive tackle leagues. Redraft or dynasty. In dynasty, you're looking at the top IDL, interior defensive lineman in dynasty. I think in defensive tackle leagues, I think you might be able to plug him in as maybe a DT2 or 3. But I think he's probably the top DT1 in dynasty for sure. Really good spot. Really good spot.
Staggs, what are your thoughts on the Eagles basically getting their replacement for Fletcher Cox, knowing they brought him back on a 1-year deal after releasing him strictly for this year only?
I mean, for this year only, I think they're going to let Fletcher Cox run the gamut. Like, so for, redraft sort of IDP leagues, I don't know if Jordan Davis is going to be an instant impact, but that long-term fit is great. And I like how Howie Roseman was aggressive and basically jumped ahead of the Baltimore Ravens, who we said all along, like, the floor is 14. The floor is 14 for Jordan Davis. So they jump ahead of the Baltimore Ravens and get a different dude. I think it changes sort of the Baltimore Ravens draft plans completely if they're even on the board anymore, because I think this could be now a trade-out spot as well. But they could also go Trevor Penning. But Jordan Davis is he probably had the best combine I've ever seen. Like, from unique, like, athletes. Jordan Davis is 341 pounds and ran a 4.7. Yeah. Like, what are we talking about here? That's freaking ridiculous. And he didn't only just like run a 4.7 because he's a long strider. He had a 10-yard split that was also elite, and his shuttles were elite, and his jumps were elite. It was freaking crazy. The dude put together like a show for nobody over 325 pounds. And yeah, I might have wanted to see it with the Ravens a little bit more for year one impact, but the fit long term is amazing.
And zero missed tackles in his last 2 seasons. No misses. So once he gets a hold of you, game over.
I don't want to waste your time here on Mike because so many defensive players have already gone. We've talked about him in length, but you're the expert here. So I actually want to move back to the top and discuss Trayvon Walker. That was a heated pick for some. What do you think his fantasy outlook for IDP leagues is since he gets the number 1 overall draft capital?
So for me, I had him, I think, as maybe my 3rd or 4th, maybe even my 5th. I liked Karlaftis, I liked Jermaine Johnson, I liked Aiden Hutchinson, and I liked Thibodeau a little bit more. Hutchinson and Thibodeau had win rates right around 36-37%. Walker's was about 15%. So he's a guy that they're going to need to just put him on the edge over tackle, and he's going to need to get ahead of steam. So he's going to have to develop some other moves besides like his speed and his bull rush. So I think for redraft, I don't think he's probably going to be on my radar maybe for redraft, but definitely he's going to be a dynasty chip. He should develop if he gets some of those secondary moves and he develops some of those secondary moves. I had Hutchinson and Thibodeau as my top DLs in this draft for IDP. They're going to get the volume. So for me, their landing spot doesn't matter. Hutchinson is going to get the volume with Detroit. He's probably going to be an instant starter, probably 70% of the snaps, I think, at minimum. Thibodeau lands in a really good spot with New York. He's going to be paired with Azeez Ojulari. He's got Leonard Williams and he's got Dexter Lawrence. So he gets in a nice spot with the Giants. So I like those 2 spots. Jen's probably going to kill me with all my Trayvon Walker, not slander, but not ideal. I didn't think he was the top edge, but Jacksonville, that's probably who they had on their board. That's who they liked. And, love it or hate it. That's who they stuck with. But for IDP, I'm still going to have Hutch and Thibodeau ahead of Walker.
What do you think about the cornerback fallout since we saw them go back-to-back? Derek Stingley at number 3 to the Texans, and then Sauce Gardner number 4 to the Jets with their first pick.
They look to be immediate starters, so they're going to get snaps in my view. They're going to get snaps, and what's nice about them, the Texans and the Jets don't have a really good pass rush. So if they're not getting the pass rush. That means they're probably going to get targeted a little bit more often. So for CB required leagues, I think in redraft, I think you could maybe target them as your second corner, maybe even your third. So I think they're going to get targeted just because they really haven't addressed the pass rush. Because for me, if you address the pass rush, the likelihood for sacks is a little bit more, but I definitely like the spot for both of those kids I definitely like both of their landing spots. I think they're probably going to be instant starters.
Interesting. Staggs, any more thoughts here, as it looks like Jordan Davis, as we know, just went. The Ravens are on the clock. We also know Jordan Davis was high on their board. We believe he was going to be the floor at number 14, which is why the Eagles also had to make a move and trade up. Any thoughts on what the Ravens not will do, but should do?
I mean, I think they're likely to go flip over sides of the ball and go with Trevor Penning here. That's been something connected a lot. And if they stick on defense, I think they'll probably be an early landing spot for Trent McDuffie. I'm not high on Trent McDuffie personally. He's just not somebody I think is going to be like a ball hawk at the NFL level. I think he's going to be more a Byron Murphy type who is sticky in coverage, but not, an impactful player in sort of the stat sheet other than sort of playing the slot and, racking up higher than normal tackles. And so I think there's a lot of different ways they can go. But if I were them at this point, if you're not taking like a Trevor Penning, I think you're looking to move back. But I like that move from the Eagles to jump ahead of the Ravens because we knew that spot and it was so well connected and everybody sort of had it for so long. And we knew he wasn't getting past 14. So interested to see how it plays out.
To support the claim of your IDP number 1 overall pick, Mike, the TV actually just compared Jordan Davis to Albert Hainsworth. Pretty good player, if you recall.
And someone whose favorite team is in the AFC North with the Browns, I am ecstatic that Jordan Davis isn't coming to the North. So I'm very happy that the Browns don't need to deal with Jordan Davis for the next decade.
Paulsen, this is going to be the only opportunity really of the night, barring a trade back, that we'll get to talk about the Ravens offense. One of the more hot topics of fantasy this year, since we saw drastic splits, not only from Lamar Jackson to Tyler Huntley, but also the fallout and what happened when particular players connected with Tyler Huntley and Lamar Jackson. So what are your thoughts on the Ravens offense as we await on TV their pick?
Well, there's a big changeover at running back due to the two guys coming back from ACL tears. Dobbins is going pretty early, I think, but we're probably going to see a Gus Edwards committee like we've been seeing, or like we thought we were going to see last year. They like to share the load in that backfield, so I wouldn't go crazy. I think Dobbins is like a low end RB2, and Edwards is one of those real world RB2s that could work his way into a much bigger role if Dobbins gets injured again. Good talented player. And then at receiver, I think they're pretty set with Marquise Brown and Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews at tight end. I don't put a ton of stock in what happened with Huntley. I think Mark Andrews is if not the top fantasy tight end, he's right there with Travis Kelce, Lamar Jackson at quarterback. I don't have a problem with that at all. I do think that the elite tight end tier is a little bit downgraded this year, given all the question marks around some of the guys. They're not as locked in, I think, as early round picks for me, because I think the position's a little deeper. But I think Andrews is a really solid pick, and Brown, Brown's going to be your high air yards guy. Bateman is probably going to have a better year too, and Lamar Jackson is set up for success again, provided he's healthy and able to run the ball like he does.
Again, we are getting very lucky, Mike, that you're on the show right now, because we are seeing now the top safety, arguably in the class. You can tell me better than I know. Notre Dame safety Kyle Hamilton coming off the board to number 14 overall to the Ravens. What are your thoughts on the player individually, but also just his fit in Baltimore's defense?
Player individually, I thought he was one of the top players in the draft, probably top 3, top 4 overall player in the draft. I had a funny conspiracy theory that he kind of flubbed his 40 just so he would fall, because all these GMs, they fall over themselves for 40 times, and they forget what they watch when they see these 40 times. And it's like, oh, Kyle Hamilton didn't run a 4.4, so forget it. We don't want him. Not forgetting completely that this is a versatile player that can play football, and that's what the Ravens are getting. He's a guy that can play in the box. So with the Ravens having some weakness at linebacker, he's a guy that can roam the box. He can play the slot. He can also play deep. He's got really good range. He can cover ground. I mean, I'm not even and the instincts that he has to make plays totally overshadow it totally overshadows anything that he can do with the 40. So really good physical. Probably not going to be very well in man coverage, but he's going to be able to play the box. He's going to be able to play the slot. He'll kind of be able to clean up some of the issues at linebacker. So from a landing spot and from a football player, I think the Ravens probably got the best player available on the board. And which stinks now for me because I'm again a North guy. But stripping that out, I think they got probably the best player one of the best players in the draft. Really good physical guy who can play up near the line of scrimmage, and I think he's a Raven type player. So it's a really good spot. Definitely probably my DB1 in Dynasty. I'd probably even target him in redraft. I'd probably target him as maybe a DB3, and if you're in a deeper league, probably that DB2, DB3 range, because I think he's going to get snaps pretty quickly. I know they like Chuck Clark. He's their play caller, but he's kind of a meh player. I think Hamilton offers a whole lot more upside. So I think for this year, I think you probably target him as a DB3. Hopefully he can get in and get some snaps, but love it for Dynasty for sure.
I also said that just literally 1 minute ago that this is the only time we were going to talk about the Ravens offense. And I very clearly lied, apparently, Paulsen, because we have breaking news that the Cardinals just acquired Marquise Hollywood Brown from the Ravens. We were waiting full details, but while we wait, knowing all of the air yards, all of those deep targets that were left behind by Christian Kirk in free agency, what are your thoughts on a connection between Brown and now Kyler Murray?
Yeah, this is a big one, and it affects both offenses like significantly. So starting with, you asked about Arizona. I mean, this is great for Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
He was a QB1 last year, will be a QB1 again this year, not lacking for weapons with Hopkins, Brown, Ertz at tight end. They're getting Max Williams back, but Rondale Moore is the third receiver, probably taking Christian Kirk's slot routes, but they're getting more downfield action with Marquise Brown, who I think is a very solid receiver. I would say it's probably a slight upgrade for Marquise Brown going from Kyler Murray to or going from Lamar Jackson to Kyler Murray, although his role now is wide receiver 2 as opposed to wide receiver 1. So that a little bit, but there is, then you're also got to factor in he's playing with Zach Ertz instead of Mark Andrews. So that helps him a little bit too. So I think this might be a net gain for him. Typically when receivers change teams, they underperform what they did the previous year unless they're getting a quarterback upgrade or a role upgrade. So I'm interested to see how the projections shake out for this. But I think back in Baltimore, a little downgrade for Lamar Jackson, losing one of his field stretchers. Upgrade for Rashad Bateman, who's now the number 1 receiver there. And then big upgrade, I think, for Mark Andrews, who's probably going to be the safety blanket. Andrews now, to me, I think is pushing back. I had Andrews ahead of Kelsey prior to the Tyreek Hill trade, and then I moved Kelsey ahead because of a likely bump in targets. But now I might move Andrews ahead, given his giant role in this offense now with Marquise Brown out of the way. But Bateman is the one that gets the biggest bump because he's going from wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5 type to maybe a wide receiver 3 wide receiver 3 type. But we'll see if the Ravens are done at receiver. They could draft somebody.
I love that we are literally hearing your brain work. Debating where to put those projections is literally what you do, and I am not envious of it whatsoever. If it seems like what's happening, Staggs, though, the final report is that the Ravens are not only trading Brown, but also the number 100 overall pick to the Cardinals for their number 23 overall pick as they move along here. So do you have any thoughts on that? And more importantly, also, since there's a lot of moving pieces here, the Texans have made their pick at number 15 overall and just went Texas A&M offensive lineman Kenyon Green. So whether it be the Ravens offense or Kenyon Green's prospects, please enlighten us.
I mean, I think there's a lot of, fallout from that pick, as John mentioned. We talked about how Schrager had, Jahan Dotson pegged to the Cardinals. Like Marquise Brown is Jahan Dotson on steroids. He's an elite field stretcher, so I think he fits great in that offense because, Zach Ertz is going to have a low ADOT. DeAndre Hopkins is going to have a minimal ADOT, if not, among the middle of the league, towards the bottom. But the field stretching ability of Marquise Brown, I think, is tailor-made for that offense, coming from Oklahoma, who at the time with Lincoln Riley was running a pretty similar system over there to Cliff Kingsbury at, Texas Tech and now Arizona. Those sort of fits are all perfect. So I really like the fit from a football perspective. I'm puzzled by the Ravens' decision. I don't know if they're going to add a sort of another receiver here or if they're going to try and hammer on some defensive picks and improve that side of the ball. Then flipping over to the Texans, I find it interesting with Jermaine Johnson still on the board. That they go Kenyon Green here. I think they still need that edge to really succeed in a Lovie Smith defense, but that didn't seem to happen. He seems to be one of the biggest fallers who is a guaranteed top 10 just minutes before the draft. So he's a big faller. I'm sort of surprised by that. Kenyon Green was a guy who was talked about, maybe falling because of knee injuries of his own, but it looks like Titus Howard is going to be a tackle. And this sort of just solidifies the line around him, him being Davis Mills, and that now they move Howard to that right tackle spot, and you have a makings of a pretty good offensive line unit, because Green was a massive tackle prospect going into college, and now, probably a guard in the NFL. But man, I don't know about the positional value on that one, and that seems like pick that I'm scratched. It's the first real head scratcher for me. I thought he'd go more in the 20s to late 20s.
He was literally the only NCAA player with 80 plus snaps at 4 different offensive line positions last year. But as you mentioned, he still profiles more as a guard at the next level. It seems like they just basically sent out their scouts to drive 2 hours rather than sending them across the country and said, screw it. What about this guy? Any thoughts on Texas offensive line, Mike? Texans offense, maybe, that you want to get off your chest as we await Washington's pick on TV? You don't have to have thoughts either, by the way.
No, I know nothing really about the Texans offensive line. I just know we got Watson in Cleveland, and that's all I know.
Well, please, we have another 2 hours to stay on the show. So if you want to talk about Watson's fallout in Cleveland, the floor is yours.
Ooh, I don't know if I want to get in trouble
for fantasy purposes.
Yeah, no, for fantasy purposes, from everything that I'm hearing, he hasn't been put on any type of reserve list. So as of right now, he's tracking to play all 17 games. And if you look at what he did in 2020 without DeAndre Hopkins, I mean, he's a top 5 quarterback, I'd imagine, even with the receiving core that the Browns have right now. I'd imagine at 44, the Browns are going to address the position. I know Jarvis Landry is still out there, but they added Amari Cooper. I'm hoping for a little bit of a jump in Donovan Peoples-Jones. I think in David Njoku has some upside. So then of course you still have Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb back there. So I'm really liking the offense, and I think from a fantasy standpoint for Watson, as long as he's playing a full 17, I think he's a top 5 quarterback still. I mean, like I said, 2020 threw for 4,800 yards, 33 touchdowns, 7 picks. Again, without DeAndre Hopkins. So I like it.
Paulsen, I now come back to you, not for your thoughts on the Browns offense, but because the Commanders there's so many moving parts right now. The Commanders just selected Jahan Dotson at number 16. As I sift through the news, and we will come back to you shortly, please explain what you're going to do for that fallout.
He's a pretty good fit, I think, with McLaurin. It's a bad quarterback situation right now with Carson Wentz there. I don't know that Wentz can support 2 fantasy starters at receiver. I'm also seeing a blockbuster trade from Adam Schefter.
We're going to get there. Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
let's hear about Washington. That's the boring stuff. But let's hear about Washington first, and we'll get there.
I think it doesn't affect McLaurin too negatively. I mean, it is a first-round receiver, so there is going to be the Commanders will be determined to get Dotson involved and get him some targets, but I don't think it's too big of a downgrade for McLaurin. The quarterback situation is the issue there. Again, it's a suspect passing game. The pie is not going to be huge, and how they divvy it up is going to affect all 3 guys now, if you include Logan Thomas in that equation.
All right. We don't have any more thoughts on Jahan Dotson for right now. We will revisit this because the blockbuster trade you mentioned, and Mike, we're going to get your thoughts as well before you get on, but I want to start with you, Paulsen. That seems most important because the Tennessee Titans just traded A.J. Brown. Yes, you heard that correctly. The Titans traded A.J. Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles for the number 18 overall pick. And what I'm assuming is more. We are waiting to get more. But let's hear your thoughts first on A.J. Brown moving to Philadelphia, since apparently every expiring contract now can absolutely be traded in the NFL.
Yeah, 18th overall pick and another 3rd-round pick, according to Diana Rossini. So pretty significant capital there. This is great for Jalen Hurts. Not great for Devonta Smith. Ryan Tannehill now has his number 1 receiver is Robert Woods. So not great for him. And just not great for A.J. Brown, I don't think. I think Tannehill's probably a better pure passer right now than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts more of a kind of a run-centric quarterback. I think if he takes a big step forward, maybe you can support Brown and Devonta Smith as fantasy starters. But this is not a great landing spot for Brown. I would think that I just let him out.
Also not a great time for your dog to run in the room. Yeah.
AJ Brown would, if he was landing with the Packers, this would be an upgrade for him. But right now, I think we're looking at a short-term downgrade for AJ Brown until we see what sort of target level he can get for, competing with Devonta Smith for targets. You got Dallas Goedert there as well in a run-heavy, offense.
You happen to fall into the craziest half hour ever, Mike. So
I guess.
Before you get out of here, I kind of want you to stick around because you're clearly
I can stick around.
We needed
I'm
here
good.
to make this exciting. But any thoughts on AJ Brown to the Eagles before you move on?
So I don't know. It'll be interesting because John had some great points. I mean, he I don't know if I can say it any better. It could help Devonta Smith because I think AJ Brown could see a little bit more attention. And so Devonta Smith might have more one-on-one coverage maybe. So he might not get that attention because he was shaping up to kind of be that alpha receiver. And now you have an elite guy in AJ Brown that might require a little bit more attention, maybe some double coverage or maybe a safety over the top to stop him. So I don't know, but I mean, AJ Brown is just a guy who I think he can play and he's going to earn those targets regardless. But it does show that the Eagles are going to put weapons in place for Jalen Hurts to see if he can play, to see if he's the quarterback.
What else do you have coming out on the site this week that people can look forward to post-draft?
So for me, I am going to have for redraft, I'll have the top IDP targets at each position. So linebackers, defensive backs, defensive linemen. Probably look for that. Probably look for those pieces probably at some point next week. So as soon as the draft is over, digest all the landing spots and shake out what happens at redraft. It'll be interesting because the last couple of years, some of these rookies are not seeing the field a whole lot. There's only been a handful of rookies, especially on the linebackers, that are that have seen the field. So it'll be interested. It's going to be interesting to see how these rookies shake out again. Redraft. I'm going to try not to go nuts on them too much. Settle down and take a look and just kind of see who will be good for redraft. So that's kind of what I have shaken out. I know we have rankings coming out. I know this month is rankings month. So I've been in kind of the lab doing my projections, doing my rankings. So those will probably be up at some point this month as well. So a lot of things cooking.
Thanks, Mike. We really appreciate you jumping on. Also, before we bring on our next guest, Anthony, we just received word that the Chargers at number 17 overall went ahead with Zion Johnson to add to the interior. Your thoughts now on their upgraded offensive line as the draft apparently takes a back seat to actual trades.
Yeah, Zion Johnson is actually who I had going to the Chargers. So we had just hit a dry spell in the mock where I went 0 for 6 between 11 and 20. But now we're starting to get a little hot again, I think. But now with, the Tennessee Titans at 18, it's interesting. But Zion Johnson's a great guard prospect. He could also play center, but likely, with them signing Corey Linsley last year, he's going to be a pure guard for the Chargers. I think he's going to slot in on the right side and hopefully give Storm Norton some protection. The question is, maybe why did they take the guard over to the tackle when they could have gone with a Trevor Penning? But Zion Johnson's a clean guard prospect. He's one of my favorite prospects in the draft. He can move people. He's great for the run game there, and I think he's a great pass protector. He's an awesome fit. It's just the positional value of guard over tackle is is going to be a little bit questionable for me. And then there's a couple other picks, that have gone off the board, and John Dotson.
I'm sorry. I quickly wanted to bring on our next guest, a very good friend as well. You know him as mock draft guru Scott Smith. And Staggs, we'll come back to that thought in one moment on Dotson to Washington. But Scott, I'm curious, there's no way in hell your draft, my draft, everyone's draft could have predicted this, correct?
No, not at all.
Any of this.
No. And look, when some of these trades are going up, especially when Detroit, I'm sitting there looking at the over and under lines for some of these quarterbacks. I'm like, it's got to be a quarterback. I didn't see it being Jameson Williams either. So it's chaos out here, which is what a lot of people are liking about this. So I don't think anybody's going to be claiming and being too proud of the accuracy they have with their mock drafts this year.
I can barely keep up with it, but in hindsight, Paulsen, it does look like in the end, the Cardinals comically traded the number 23 pick for Marquise Brown when the number 18 overall pick got A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Also, A.J. Brown, according to a recent report, is now getting that extension because always that's what comes in trading an expiring contract receiver nowadays. He did just receive now 4-year extension for $100 million, including $57 million guaranteed. He actually deserved more if you look at the other contracts. But nonetheless, it looks like A.J. Brown is going to fortify an offense for the next few years with Devonta Smith, Dallas Goedert, and then inevitably, probably whoever the Eagles choose over Jalen Hurts in next year's draft with one of their 2 first-round picks.
If they do, because he's set up for success now. I mean, he's got a great receiving core. So if he can't make it work, then they know they got to move on. But you have to love it from a fantasy standpoint for Hurts. And we're not talking about the next pick yet, are we?
It is still not on TV, so not yet. I'm aware.
I will vamp a bit more on A.J. Brown. All these trades and all this frenzy is going on, and the Packers aren't involved. So I'll just talk about it from a Packers standpoint, just because that's what I did last year when they didn't get Rashad Bateman or anybody else. All this is happening, and where is Brian Gutekunst? What's going on? Like, does he have a plan? Maybe is there somebody that he loves that's going to be there in the second round or the third round that he thinks he can replace Devontae Adams with? Obviously, the receiver position, he's got to read the room. Just given what happened with Christian Kirk and everything that happened there, and with his contract, the receiver position is coveted. It's becoming the new left tackle. This is pretty crazy, and the Packers are sitting there with Alan Lazard, Sammy Watkins as their top 2 receivers, with all these guys flying off the board. And we haven't even talked about pick 18 yet.
Scott, before pick 18 comes up, as the Titans are about to make it, what is your biggest leverage left of the night? Like, what are you really hoping happens in your mock draft?
Shoot, in a mock draft, it's look.
Are we just drawing dead already?
Yeah, I mean it's rough out there in these mock draft streets, but
for everyone,
look, I had one of the picks that kind of hurt me is I kind of teetered back and forth with Zion Johnson right there to the Chargers, and ended up settling with Trevor Penning. He was linked to them a lot. That was the 2 that I was settling between. And even here with the Saints coming up, who Penning was highly linked to them as well. If I could get a little Tyler Smith action out of Tulsa, that would kind of help me out a little bit and then hit some of these picks on the back end. But man, it might be a lost cause this year for most of us.
Now I'm going to go around the table and get everyone's thoughts, starting with you, Paulsen, because it was announced in that deal, trading back with the Eagles for the number 18 overall pick. It looks like the Titans are trying to fill in at that wide receiver spot for a man among boys they just traded away, and instead grabbed Treylon Burks, which not only adds him to the pool as their number 1 wide receiver immediately, arguably, but also takes it away from the Packers. So you're the first person that's perfect to talk about this.
Yeah, this is I like this a lot for Tennessee. If they are sold on Burks, and I've seen him as the number 1 receiver on some draft boards. I'm watching highlights right now. It looks like AJ Brown running down the field, and they're getting him for a rookie contract. Like, this makes a lot of sense. If Brown's sort of a disgruntled, unhappy, wants his contract, you just trade him for a cheaper option if they believe in Burks, which they obviously do. I was thinking immediately that there's only one team probably ahead of the Packers at 22 that needed a receiver, and it was the Titans moving into that spot. And that receiver need just got created by the trade for Brown, or the trade of Brown away. So this looks like a good exchange if they believe in Burks, which they obviously do. And not a bad landing spot for him at all. I mean, Ryan Tannehill is a capable passer. Robert Woods is probably destined to be a number 2 receiver. So targets are available. Fantasy points are available, as we saw last year with Brown, and last 2 years with Brown. They're producing at a wide receiver 1 level with Tannehill. So those 2 need to get together, start working out that rapport, because this is a good spot for Burks. He's going to be playing right away.
It also, with this trade, Staggs, cashes all over Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis tickets. That's done and dusted. Unless Pickett surprisingly goes at number 19 overall, Malik Willis, we are assuming, is going to be the number 20 overall pick to the Steelers, as everyone predicted. But I'm curious to get your thoughts on Burks, knowing that last year, 68% of his catches came within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, but being a man among boys as well, also turned up field for an SEC high 20-plus yard plays, plus 3.57 yards per route run in college. Crazy last year. Also 9.3 yards after contact per catch. Pretty much the same stats you would think to cite from A.J. Brown's collegiate career.
I mean, he's basically an A.J. Brown clone who they get on a rookie contract. Like, all comps for Treylon Burks, as soon as he ran, mid 4.5, were A.J. Brown. They're pretty much perfect at 225 pounds, 226 pounds respectively. And, both 4.5 guys. And they're better with the ball in their hands than they are before it. They're raw route runners, but once you get them the ball, they are dominant. So if there's any team that knows how to use A.J. Brown, it's the Tennessee Titans. It's a little bit surprising that it happened this way. And I don't know if they're sort of resetting their timeline, and maybe a quarterback is in play for them later now, if they're trying to reset the timeline on A.J. Brown. Right? Because now if we go out and we bet maybe a Pickett to Tennessee or maybe they're a Desmond Ridder guy because we believe Malik Willis is going at 20. It could be a good time. So I've got to see what the number is.
Scott, it looks like the Saints are at the number 19 overall pick, and they are not going with a quarterback. Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis will continue falling. They instead, believing that Trevor Penning would not be there, first of all, at number 19, instead get their guy in Trevor Penning. What do you think about this move? Do you think it replaces Teron Armstead, or will they push Penning to the inside?
Well, I think the Saints have a lot of flexibility there with Andres Pete, who's traditionally played guard and been a Pro Bowl guard for a number of years. He's played some left tackle as well. So I think they have flexibility to where they could go ahead and put Penning out at left tackle. If it doesn't work out, they could always move him on over to the inside and maybe try Pete out there, who's played. So are going to go ahead and select him with the intention of starting him at left tackle. But look, hats off to Mickey Loomis and the Saints front office. You saw the run that they had on wide receivers. They were able to go up and get their guy in Olav, with that wide receiver run that they had there, and still sit tight there at 19 and get Penning. So to me, that signals that the Saints do think they're competitors in a weak NFC. And I think with these two moves, they position themselves well to be able to contend for a playoff spot.
Paulsen, I want to come back to you now that the Saints have improved their offensive line. Are you sticking with your initial thoughts on Olave and Michael Thomas, with those two basically still being the only two guys among the wide receiver core that we're really targeting?
Yeah, and again, I'm wondering who's going to be picked first. I would guess that Michael Thomas on name recognition and Olave being a rookie, it'll probably be Thomas, especially if he has a good offseason. But, Olave, his speed, and I love it in the dome. Like we've had speed receivers in the dome produce year after year for the Saints when they've had a guy who can deliver the ball, and I think they have that with Winston. It's a great fit for him. And if they are starting to now focus on this offensive line and getting some protection, that only bodes better for those guys.
I would say right now, Staggs, the biggest shock, and you probably agree, Scott, is that Jermaine Johnson, a player that heated up from Monday on, so much so that he was rumored to number 4 overall to the Jets, is still on the board at number 20.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you, but Jermaine Johnson also had some flaws, right? He transferred from Georgia to Florida State in order to get more playing time, but he put together an excellent Senior Bowl, an excellent combine, has a high RAS, but he's an older prospect, and only some teams are into that. But I can't believe that none of these guys have needed an edge so far. And it's going to come up here in the early 20s that he's going to be high, and maybe the Cowboys, after this whole Randy Gregory saga that they had, maybe, and that their team that's been rumored to move up as well, maybe they're looking to move up here. But if not, could you imagine the Ravens getting him at 23? Because that's been something that was rumored there at 14 as well, their love for Jermaine Johnson. So his fall's pretty surprising to me, but the Saints getting Penning, I think they've got a lot of flexibility. Even their right tackle, Ryan Ramczyk, could potentially play some left tackle depending on how they want to structure that offensive line. But Penning's an interesting story. He started games at left tackle, right tackle, guard, so he could sort of play anywhere, and he's got that nasty sort of tenacity that's coveted among some offensive linemen.
Is that also the most shocking leftover player to you, Scott? Or do you have any other thoughts on a player that you may have mocked high who is still on the board and may not even make it into the first round? Because it does look like we may lose some shocking names here in the next 10 picks.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. Jermaine Johnson's the guy that's the shocker right now. There was so much smoke about the Jets in particular, and I think they were connected more to Jermaine Johnson and had done more investigating and meetings with that one player than any other team that I can recall throughout this process. And I think you just look at some of the teams. If he wasn't in consideration at 4 to the Jets, you had him possibly to Atlanta, possibly to Seattle, again to the Jets, and then even some other teams, whether it be Minnesota, Houston, Baltimore, even the Eagles, with some of the moves. So he's a player that I'm surprised is still sitting here on the board, and I think even with some of the mainstream media, Daniel Jeremiah, Mel Kiper, I think you're going to see him, on these telecasts as one of the top players left on their board as well.
Who did you have to the Steelers at number 20? Did you buy the hype and go with Malik Willis as I did?
I absolutely did. And look, if Malik Willis is indeed the pick here, somebody needs to do an investigation into the Steelers front office and figure out why their picks are leaked and they're so well connected to every year to the draft. It's like you can't miss with some of the Steelers picks.
Well, we have some breaking news because the Steelers have submitted their pick, and Paulsen. It looks like Malik Willis is still going to be on the board for the Packers to take, because Kenny Pickett is in fact the selection at number 20 overall. What are your thoughts on Kenny Pickett landing, surprisingly in my opinion, over Malik Willis in Pittsburgh?
Well, I mean, we all knew that the Steelers were in the market for a quarterback. You look at their draft grades at ESPN, they're both at 90. So I don't know that it's a clear 1-2 situation. I think it'll be interesting to see how they play it with Trubisky now. I think he was a little bit of a upgrade, or maybe just a kind of a wash with, Ben Roethlisberger from last year. If you're comparing 2021 Roethlisberger to what Trubisky can bring to the table. Like, my concern here is Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool, and like that's where I'm looking. I mean, these quarterbacks don't matter to me unless you're getting into super flex, and you got to try to have a committee in best ball or something like that. But this is probably good overall for Deontay and Claypool, in that they're more likely to get decent quarterback play one way or the other, whether it's Trubisky or the rookie coming in. It's an interesting pick, and I think you're looking long term now for Deontay and for Claypool, who are probably going to be there for the next 2 or 3 years. From a dynasty standpoint, you like the fact that they're investing in the quarterback position at this point.
What are you working on next, anyways, Scott? Do you have like any best ball content? Do you have any dynasty content coming out in the next month or so at Action Network?
So Action Network has asked me to do some more work. Unfortunately and fortunately, I've kind of been dealing with some personal issues lately. My wife is pregnant, but actually today we got some good news with some complications that we're having. So we kind of got a clear bill for that. So I'd kind of put things on hold until after the draft to make a decision on what I'm going to do. But look, I also train some MMA guys, and I've got some guys that are fighting in some of the upper like the UFC, PFL and even Eagle FC. So I've got some guys that have some fights coming up soon here in June. So
doesn't your son? Don't you have a son as well who fights?
Well, no, I have a son who's 5. He's just started training jiu-jitsu. So I've been training jiu-jitsu. I'm a jiu-jitsu black belt, and I've been doing it since about the year 2000. And so my son at 5 is just every day, Daddy, let's go train jiu-jitsu and jiu-jitsu, football, and NBA Jam. That's his 3 things. So
sounds like a jam.
At times, I have been called the most interesting person in the field. I disagree. I want more conversations with you. And also, of course, your 5-year-old is in fighting. I mixed that one up completely. Staggs, while you were gone, we talked about Kenny Pickett. Any thoughts on Pittsburgh, in particular, going over Malik Willis? And I haven't looked at your mock just yet. Did you also, like Scott and I, drink the Kool-Aid and go Willis at 20?
I did have Willis at 20 because I thought Pickett would go 19 to the Saints. But every iteration prior to this mock, I had Pickett to the Steelers. Mostly because nobody knows him more intimately than the Steelers brass. They share the same goddamn training facility. They're like, this side is the Steelers, this side is Pittsburgh football. They are ingrained in each other. They know him intimately. They're not worried about hand size concerns, even if they are first percentile. But they also wanted an athletic quarterback, and Pickett brings that. I thought Malik Willis brought that in spades, but Pickett still brings it. He's a 9.5 RAS athlete. His overall, 40 time was 4.7, but not, terrible compared to others. But he fits in offense. He's sort of the point guard type of quarterback we talk about, where he's going to try and get the ball out of his hands quick and distribute it to his playmakers. Get it to Najee on dump offs, try to get it downfield to Claypool, and then use Deontay Johnson underneath. So I think he fits pretty well in this offense, and they have pieces around him. They're going to need to probably invest some assets in the offensive line, because Pickett is somebody who struggles with pressure, but he's pretty pro ready. So if they need a quarterback this season, Pickett's going to be able to play some games for them. It's an interesting fit. I still would have swung for the fences, but that's just the kind of guy I am. And apparently, when you're leaving the draft room for the final time in Kevin Colbert's, you don't think that's as important.
It looks like, as we await the number 21 overall pick, this actually will no longer belong to the Patriots, because, of course, it never belongs to the Patriots when they have an option to trade back. And they instead trade back with the Chiefs. We are waiting on the final word on what the Chiefs trade, but perhaps, Scott, this is where that wide receiver finally comes into play, since they were rumored to get one with one of their first-round picks.
Yeah, I think we're sitting at 6 right now for the first round, and the over and under odds we're sitting at 6.5.
And who do we have left? George Pickens and Christian Watson, maybe. I don't think we get to Alec Pierce.
Sky Moore.
Oh, of course,
Sky Moore was linked heavily to the Chiefs, but it'd be interesting if they do.
Well, the one thing that's interesting to me with the Chiefs is that you just look at the front office and the way they've given chances to some players that have had off the field concerns and things like that. George Pickens, to me, is a guy that has a wide receiver one type profile. You take the off the field concerns. That's what's kind of pushed him down in some of the injuries to the second round. He's a guy that I could actually see fitting there for the Chiefs. I feel like this is a little bit early for him. I had him, kind of mocked down at pick 29 or 30, but he's a guy I could definitely see connected with the Chiefs.
I think they could end the Jermaine Johnson slide, though. They need edge help, and I think you'd rather have Jermaine Johnson than you'd rather have like Boye Mafe, Arnold Abidike, any of those guys. And if the Patriots aren't going to take him, there's a chance Green Bay would have taken him after releasing Zadarius Smith. So that'd be my bet, but we'll see.
The final return is Patriots trading back from 21, and pretty good move, actually. They will receive the Chiefs' number 29 overall pick, so the Chiefs keep number 30. Also, the number 94 and number 121 overall pick, as we await for the TV to catch up and announce who the Chiefs trade. Looks like they just submit their pick. Any last seconds, Paulsen, did they just leap in front of the Packers to take your next coveted wide receiver?
Well, I know that they didn't. So that's all I'll say. I don't want to
try to build the suspense and play radio.
I can't not look at Twitter right now. I can see what's happening. And once I saw the Chiefs jumped ahead, I'll just put it this way. I definitely was worried that they had their eye on a specific receiver. But there's a few out there. Like it's a weird group now. Pickens has the off-field stuff, the attitude stuff. That's definitely not something the Packers like. They don't usually go after guys that are bad locker room guys or have that reputation. I don't know that Pickens actually is. I don't know what the deal is with Pickens. I know Jen Eakins loves him, thinks he's, and Scott mentioned that he's got that wide receiver one type profile. Mm-hmm. But he's been slipping, or it seems like I saw a report that he might go late second, but I don't know how that's possible now with all the way the receivers are flying off the board and all the wide receiver action is happening right now. You've got Christian Watson, who's played at a small school, ridiculous athlete, raw route runner. You've got Sky Moore, who Matt Harmon really likes as a route runner, Western Michigan product. I think the Packers had a pretty good Western Michigan guy, Greg Jennings, not too long ago, but he was a second rounder. I thought Moore would be a second rounder. So it's a very interesting little group here, and they don't pick quickly enough where they could, take best player available here and be sure that their receiver that they like will be there at 28. There's a couple teams in there that might go receiver, and with all the trades going on, somebody might move up as well. So this is a real interesting stretch here for the remaining receiving core.
Well, you already spoiled it for yourself, but Scott, it is not a wide receiver. Number 21 of the Chiefs is none other than Washington cornerback Trent McDuffie. What are your thoughts on Trent McDuffie, a player I thought would actually be gone 4 or 5 picks before this one?
Look, I think from a talent standpoint, you watch the way he plays. The talent is definitely there for him to go earlier. I think one of the things that just pushed him down this draft board is simply like his physical attributes with the shorter arms. Like there's just not that many, starting cornerbacks, top tier cornerbacks that have below 30-inch arms, and he's sitting there 29 and a little bit of change. So I think that's really the thing. But look, I think when you talk about Trent McDuffie, he was a guy that some people had mocked there to New England. New England's going ahead and passing on him. I think New England has a lot of players here on the back end of the draft that still fit what Bill Belichick looks for, specifically in his defense and in some of the mold that the players that he likes to draft. But I think Trent McDuffie is definitely one of those players that in a year or two you could end up seeing as being like the best slot corner in the NFL.
Any other thoughts before you get out of here, Scott? What else are we rooting for on your behalf? I can tell you right now, I'm kind of shocked Quay Walker isn't gone just yet, especially at the unfortunate number I may have received him at. And then we have a couple cornerbacks and a few late offensive linemen still on the board here as we continue as well to sweat over 6.5 receivers.
Yeah, I've actually been doing pretty well on the props right here. I'm kind of looking for that over on the 4.5 cornerbacks. So we just got is that the third one off the board?
Yep.
So hopefully we can get another 2 out of here. Maybe another wide receiver would look good here on the props. I'm giving up on my mock draft right now. It's blown to shreds unless we can pull out a good run here in the last 10 picks or so. But yeah, man, look, this is why the NFL has all of the sports beat. They've been able to corner the offseason with events like this, with the draft, and with DraftKings and FanDuel and these other sports books spreading and getting legalized throughout other states. It's become a premier betting event and just a good event, overall. I compare it actually to March Madness now with the way the draft prop market is starting to really pick up steam and stuff. And look, the mock draft community and the draft prop community, it's a good group of guys that all come together and kind of promote each other. So, it's one of my favorite times of the year, and especially to come on shows like this and chop it up with you guys as well.
Well, Scott, we all appreciate your work at Action Network. We look forward to overlooking once again your mock draft as you continue to bust it out for us year and year. And then I guess for better or worse, whether you want it to happen or not, we look forward to your work at Action Network in a couple months.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Good to see y'all.
Of course, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Our next guest is very special because it's someone I've been wanting to get a fantasy spin from all off season, but more importantly, he hasn't been on a show tonight, I know for a fact. And so we get to be the first ones to pick the brain of the Lord himself, Rich Rebar, according to the fallout of basically everything that has happened so far tonight. So Reeves, I don't even know where to start, Rich. If you want to speak on AJ Brown, and then we'll get Paulsen's thoughts on the Packers pick as he freaks out over there. You can just start there with the Titans.
Yeah, the Packers are on the clock, so I don't want to step on John's toes here. He's anxiously waiting. All the receivers are gone, which is something that we kind of thought might happen, right? We knew that there was going to be a big push out of at least the top 4. And based on what has happened and transpired this NFL offseason and the value of having a wide receiver on a rookie contract, was that going to vault any other guys up the board? We see Jahan Dotson go 16. And not just the Packers, but, you got the Chiefs, the Cowboys, the Cardinals end up getting their guy, which we'll probably get to anyways. But you have all this litany of teams that needed a wide receiver, but were there going to be receivers still there? Are they going to have to elevate a receiver that may have had a round 2 grade on? And that's what we're kind of waiting to see here with this run. We saw the Chiefs already just say, all right, well, we'll punt, we'll go DB because we need DB. We still need edge rushers. Those guys are on the board. But now it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this round plays out and see if there are any more kind of reaches at the wide receiver position.
I don't want to take away from your floor here. Paulsen. So please have at it, because it is being announced as we speak that I get to cash my Quay Walker under 30.5 ticket, and he lands with the Packers at the number 22 overall pick.
This is not shocking. I think given the way that the first round has transpired, that I think they're now looking at a tier of receivers, perhaps Watson, Pickens, Sky Moore, and they're thinking that one of the three will be available at 28, and maybe they like this linebacker. They haven't really prioritized the position in the past, so it's a little bit surprising to me. So I will just defer to Anthony and tell me about Quay Walker.
I mean, it's sort of interesting because you just paid Devondre Campbell, right? You paid him $50 million, so that overall fit. But he's a good coverage player. He's like, I like the day two linebackers a lot, so I don't think I would be a type to reach for a day one linebacker personally, especially. I can't believe Jermaine Johnson's still on the board and then keeps getting passed up. So I'm waiting for that medical red flag that's going to come out tomorrow to screw us all up there. But, Quay Walker, he's fast. He's got the size. He's got the speed. You look at all the measurables, the RAS, it's all there. The production, he's another product of this Georgia defense, but he can move sideline to sideline. And he hits. Like, he's got one of those guys that's got an attitude. So, it's questionable, but, we heard that he was storming up here, and it's just, it's interesting. I don't love it. I don't hate it.
You do a ton of work on prospects before the draft, Reeves. What do you think about Burks? Both. Well, let's take AJ Brown. What do you think about AJ Brown to the Eagles, as well as Burks filling in his spot with the Titans?
Yeah, I mean they're taking the AJ Brown comps pretty literally here, right? It's kind of just replacing him one or the other. This is interesting fallout because the Eagles, obviously with Jalen Hurts, like this is kind of a real make or break year. I know that a lot of people thought last year might be, but this is kind of like where they're on the fence here, right? Because then they'll head into that, contract year as a really cheap quarterback. If he plays well again, he's going to be bargaining for another contract. This is a bummer for AJ Brown, I think, for fantasy. It's more of a lateral move, I guess, in a sense, but just less efficient quarterback play from Jalen Hurts. I mean, I haven't plugged any of these guys into projections yet, so I don't want to get completely ahead of the horse here. But yeah, it's hard to say that it's just a great move in terms of volume. You've got this Eagles team. The back half of the year was the run heaviest offense in the NFL. We have AJ Brown, who's always commanded over a 30% team target share, target per route run, but also in terms of raw targets has been this guy that's lacking. You look at last year, he has these monster games against the 49ers, and against the Chiefs, but then he also has 7 games where it's 50 or fewer yards, right? This is kind of like the road we live on in this offense. So now you're expecting, Treylon Burks to come in and be like that player right away. That's a tough ask, right? To be like a hyper efficient player on a small amount of targets. The landing spot's good though, in terms of target volume. I mean, they really only have 30-year-old Robert Woods coming off of an ACL injury, and we've seen the depth of that wide receiver unit get exposed over the course of last season. There's just no talent there outside of Bob Woods. So the landing spot's not terrible, from a dynasty perspective. It's interesting because of all the receivers that have been selected tonight, when you think about it from a dynasty lens, really only one guy is locked in for a multi-year starter, and that is Garrett Wilson, who arguably is the worst quarterback of all the guys that was picked immediately. So it's really kind of interesting from a dynasty lens because you got to figure Carson Wentz could be out of Washington after a year. Ryan Tannehill, the Titans can get out of his contract. Marcus Mariota, is he the quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons the following year? There's just a lot of Jameis Winston, with the Saints. Is he stable? So there's just a lot up in the air where these guys might start off uneven quarterback play. They might have something there. There are some guys that have actually had some NFL success at least, but also from a big picture perspective, all those offenses can be kind of uprooted in a year as well, which kind of makes it interesting for this rookie wide receiver class.
It's not only being uprooted, but I struggle to talk about Olave and Dotson with you because even short term, I mean, we just saw this, right? We saw this in action with receivers like Terry McLaurin. I guess the Saints, their best option was Marquez Callaway at the time, but even so, it was hard enough to get those guys there. And so what do you do now with rookies like Garrett Wilson in those same situations from those quarterbacks in the immediate future. And that's what I struggle with. It's like, well, it didn't help out the others who are very talented. So it's tough. The Bills, though, as we move along here, did trade up to the number 23 overall pick. They gave away the number 25 overall pick, as well as it looks like the number. I'll dig for that in a second. But nonetheless, they move up per the TV and select cornerback Kyer Elam. So he goes as the third now this evening over
Fourth.
over Andrew Booth. What is your thoughts on that fit, Staggs? Because that also rips up any first round running back, I assume, tickets that may have existed.
Yeah, I mean, I told you Kyer Elam under at the beginning of the show, right? I told you under 35.5, under 31.5, under 27.5. So we're cashing some tickets there. I hope if you bet that, Elam's a perfect fit because he's another SEC corner with length and speed. Like, they're very few. These guys do not make it out of the first round. Like a cornerback who's 6'1", 6'2", and runs a 4.39 doesn't make it out. Especially a guy who allowed 18 receptions for 185 yards. Like, it was stupid to think that Kyer Elam was making it out of the first round. He's a perfect fit for the Bills, with Trey White's ACL injury, and see when he returns. But if not, he's an upgrade immediately over Levi Wallace, and it's a perfect fit. Like, I hate to say it, guys. Like, this makes Buffalo a better team, especially when you have to guard Tyreek Hill multiple times a year now.
I also think, Rich, it's good because they get to continue being our Bills, and we continue to trust the front office. That's the most important part here.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were, wondering if, could Breece Hall go there, but this was always like the most obvious defensive back spot, right? Like in the back. All these teams that needed wide receivers in this area, the Bills are the one team that were screaming the need the quarterback help, especially with Trey White coming off of the ACL and then losing Levi Wallace, who was a really underrated player in free agency this offseason. So this is a huge need for the Bills. And hopefully, Elam is, able to check some of these guys that he's going to have to guard, because you see the Jets now have a pair of really good young wide receivers, and Corey Davis isn't a bad wide receiver either. I know that Daigle loves the BB gun, Braxton Berrios. You add Jalen Waddle, Cedric Wilson, Tyreek Hill, and then whatever the Patriots are going to put on the field. But yeah, you got to like the fit here.
We will never forget the 8 targets per game that the BB gun averaged in place of Jameson Crowder from the slot, only to get $12 million this offseason. I also want to get your thoughts, Rich, while you're here, and they may not even be extensive because a lot of people don't have extensive thoughts on Kenny Pickett, and maybe not even your spin on Kenny Pickett. It may be more important to ask what you think about the Steelers wide receivers in a Kenny Pickett world. I asked JJ and Ryan McDowell, for instance, the same question when they joined the Most Accurate podcast a few weeks ago, because now that this hypothetical has come to fruition, it's sort of hard to pick through, in my opinion.
Oh, look at that. Almost pulled off the perfect, pun intentionally. It's interesting because, when you look at this offense last year and in terms of what, they were forced to run with a, decaying Ben Roethlisberger, Matt Canada, he really wants to have that quarterback mobility. They have not hid this at all, throughout the process. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger used play action on just 18.5% of his dropbacks. That was 36th in the league. Only Tampa Bay had fewer dropbacks outside of the pocket than the Steelers. So you're going to get a lot more of things on the move, a lot of more pre-snap motion, a lot more QB bootlegs. Kenny Pickett can bring it, and Mitchell Trubisky can bring that to the table, at least while he's bridging this gap here. But you have to expect Kenny Pickett to start as a first-round quarterback at some point this season. What that means for the wide receivers is a little tricky. Deontay Johnson, I think, has proven to be like a really good NFL separator. And, maybe Ben Roethlisberger was also limiting him. Now, there was definitely a volume spike based on the offense that the Steelers are running in terms of getting Deontay Johnson a lot of targets and counting stats. But he also showed that he could get open. Matt Harmon will be on after me, I believe, and I'm sure he'll attest to, what Deontay Johnson can bring as a route runner to the field. So maybe he gets more quality targets. Maybe that happens, and we don't have to see him just be such a floor player. Chase Claypool's kind of the more interesting guy because he is a touchdown-dependent rookie fantasy scorer, but then as a second year, he took a step back as a wide receiver. Again, ask Harmon the same question. I think he'll attest that, a lot of Chase Claypool's problems weren't just Ben Roethlisberger related. He is a 50-50 contested catch wide receiver that isn't really a great contested wide receiver. You look at last year, 38% of his targets were contested catches, but just 41% did he catch. That was 27 out of 35 wide receivers with 20 or more contested targets. So is he a guy that can really get open and separate, for a rookie quarterback? Is Kenny Pickett going to give him the opportunities to win those 50-50 balls? Those are all things that I believe are a gray area. They're definitely going to probably add a wide receiver to throughout this draft as well, because there's really no depth there. And Deontay Johnson is another one of these wide receivers that is going to need to be paid because he wasn't a first-round pick. There's no fifth-year option available for him. He's already talked about maybe not showing up to anything this offseason until he gets a new deal. And is that the type of guy you want to give $20 million a year to? The Steelers are going to have to make that decision as well. So it's a little tricky to kind of navigate. I think that I probably will not be drafting really most of these guys at cost. Just because of the rookie quarterback factor. I mean, I historically try to avoid guys that are paired with rookie quarterbacks, especially when they're expensive. Historically, the numbers have lagged for those players from a fantasy stance, and there's a lot of volatility tied to those guys. So when you're talking about Deontay Johnson's on the board of a number of guys, like I can take Michael Pittman ahead of him, or just do that. I'm probably going to do something like that.
As we await the Cowboys pick here at number 24, and it looks like Jerry Jones is on the phone, whether that becomes a trade or not. We are about to find out in just 3 minutes' time. But Paulsen, what do you think about the Cowboys offense right now? And this assumes they don't pick the 7th wide receiver off the board right here, because I haven't had an opportunity to talk to you about their receiver fallout just yet this offseason.
Yeah, and I wanted to throw out a stat for you though before I get to that. There's 6 receivers taken between 8 and 18, and just going back to the year 2010, there have been 5 receivers drafted in that range. Their average that have played at least 14 games. They've averaged 52 catches for 752 yards, 3.6 touchdowns. So that's the sort of 93 targets. That's the sort of production that this range of receivers has given us in the previous years. But I think things have changed a little bit on that front. Anyway, for as far
but also
as
maybe you coping as a Packers fan, yeah.
Well, no, I'm not. That's not even that. I just was wondering what sort of production you can expect out of these guys, and that's also expecting pretty good health with 14 games played. But I guess the Cowboys supposedly linked to Dotson. We're in the need of a receiver. I don't know if I see it that way unless they just don't think that Michael Gallup's going to be ready for this season, because they did sign James Washington as their 3rd receiver. They've obviously got CeeDee Lamb. If Gallup is ready to go fairly early in the season, they should be in pretty good shape at the receiver position. So I'm interested to see which direction they go. Like I said, this is a good offense. I mean, you've got Dak Prescott at quarterback, 2 really good receivers. Dalton Schultz is going to be a really good value, I think, again, at tight end. And they're set up pretty well where they could just kind of take best player available if they wanted to.
Well, the pick is now getting submitted, and Staggs, it looks like they may have found their answer, even though he projects better as a tackle. They may have found their answer at left guard in drafting prospect and project Tyler Smith, number 24 overall. What are your thoughts on how Smith fits into the Cowboys trenches?
We heard this one earlier from Brian Broaddus, and he thought that was going to be the surprise of the draft. Wish I would have moved on it a little bit sooner, but I did have him as a 1st-round pick, so feel good there. He's another one of these guys like Penning, who played at a small school, but also has that nastiness to him. He led the FBS in penalties last year, but he's supremely athletic, had a high RAS. He can play tackle. He's long, but they also have that left guard problems. So that's also an option, with Terrence Steele, and they feel he plays pretty well there. We might disagree with the amount of pressure he allowed, but the Cowboys front office seems to like him. So I'm a fan of this. I think he helps the run game a little bit. I thought he was going to go maybe to Tennessee at 26. So I'm a big fan of the pick, man. He's just got that little dirty aggressiveness to him that these offensive linemen have all had in the teens and 20s so far. And he's just, he's angry. He plays angry. So I think he'll fit in well in Dallas.
Rich, I know you've done a lot of off-season work on redraft as well and best ball. Is it as easy with CeeDee Lamb as just betting on talent now that Amari Cooper's gone? Or do we need to dive into the weeds a little further to parse whether we're taking him as a top 5 pick, top 5 receiver?
No, I mean, I still believe in the player. And, we're so spoiled as, humans in the shake and bake society we live in. I mean, CeeDee Lamb's had 2 really good years to start his career, and it almost is like a disappointment to people, right? Like, just because of the upside. He was someone I was expressing caution with last year where he was going. And now it seems like there's even more caution being expressed where he's going this year. But it's pretty volatile, though, once you clear like that top tier receivers, right? Like, it's a big gaggle of guys when you get to like post Tyreek Hill, and even people will question, whether Tyreek Hill still belongs up there or not in the move, in the transition, and how much added volatility there could be there in Miami. But then when you get into that like next crest of wide receivers, I mean, you do have to sing a song a little bit about these guys, but CeeDee Lamb's a guy I'm willing to do it with, especially with a capable quarterback. The offensive system isn't changing. They're going to be still, a pass-heavy offense that's going to be aggressive. So, I mean, I'm still just going to take and bet on the talent, like you said, and on a year 3 wide receiver that's been extremely productive through 2 years already.
Can I add to that? That?
Yeah,
Lamb's going 7 right now behind Deebo Samuel, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and Cooper Kupp. And Deebo seems a little iffy right now, given the whole thing going on with his team and whether or not he's going to change. Lamb's going ahead of Tyreek Hill, and then the next step after that's AJ Brown, who's taking a hit tonight. Mike Evans, T. Higgins, DeAndre Hopkins, Keenan Allen. So I think Lamb is a really good bet at this point, especially with Cooper out of the way and Gallup just kind of he got injured late in the season. So I just don't know if he's going to be ready for week 1. You might be without Gallup. You might have James Washington as the wide receiver too. I think James Washington might be a really good late round pick. Nobody's going to want him. But he's getting a new chance now with Gallup, iffy, and a really good quarterback. So I think Lamb looks like an early round pick. Obviously he's going pick I can't look at underdog because it's all super flex, so it's really screwed with the ADP, but he's going wide receiver 7, so that's probably like a 2nd round pick, and then Washington's probably going to go really, really late. I would just kind of shy away from Gallup, but I think like Lamb with Cooper out of the way is a really safe pick, especially with everything that's going on with this 2nd tier receivers.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that group, you've got the reliable, steady Eddie and Keenan Allen, and then, are people going to go back to DeAndre Hopkins, especially now that they add another receiver? Are people going to be willing to kind of bite up on him? You've got, kind of Mike Evans still floating around there. AJ Brown maybe takes a hit. T. Higgins is the highest wide receiver 2 drafted. Jalen Waddle seems to be pretty egregiously overpriced this offseason. He's kind of like where CeeDee Lamb was a year ago. You've got some of these guys kind of floating around there. You got to kind of tell yourself about,
Jerry Jeudy at wide receiver 15.
Right. Like,
We also kind of lose AJ Brown now. I need to parse through it a little more before speaking in definitives, but AJ Brown was competing for CeeDee Lamb in that range, and now I would imagine we push him back. I also want to pick your brain on Deebo Samuel, Rich, because that's been a hot topic this offseason. We've debated it on our podcast as well, but where are you at with Deebo Samuel right now, who originally was getting drafted as a top 5 receiver early in the process?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends. See how this shakes out. Stick a grain of salt in here if he somehow.
Let's assume he stays. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it's really tough when you look at Deebo Samuel and the Deebo role, right? Like, there's a misconception, kind of a little bit of that. Well, one, what the Deebo role even is, and that Deebo Samuel needs that role. You saw the front half of the season, the first 8 weeks of the season. This is a guy that averaged 10 targets per game, was averaging 110 receiving yards per game, showed for the first time that he actually was an actual NFL alpha receiver. And because the depth got exposed on the 49ers depth chart, they kind of forced him into being kind of like a not like a satellite back, but I guess the wide back. If you want to just go on his brand and go to his website and order a wide back shirt, you can. And then that kind of opened the door for him to kind of be used in like this volatile fashion that was more touchdown dependent for fantasy. It wasn't a great role for fantasy in terms of like expected points, but he kept getting there because he scored 16 touchdowns last year. Only 3 were inside the 10-yard line. So that's going to be like a tough like kind of thing to repeat. He was 5th in the NFL in receiving yards. He was 54th in routes run, 26th in targets. A lot of things that we say can't repeat ourselves. But when you just look at Deebo Samuel, though, his first 3 seasons in the league, anytime he's played and been able to play more than half the game, he's been an excellent fantasy producer. He's got 29 career games where he's played 2/3 of the snaps, and he's finished as a wide receiver 1 in 11 of those games. He's averaged 17.7 PPR points in those games. He's at single-digit PPR points in his 4 of those 29 games. So although you were asking him that he can't, we may probably already seen the best Deebo Samuel fantasy season, and he probably can't sustain that. But he also has proven to be a really good football player. And there's a point still where you just have to bet on good football players. Obviously we care about cost and those things, but I still think that Deebo Samuel is a very good football player that's going to find his way to fantasy points, by hook or crook, no matter where he ends up.
Staggs, as we await the Ravens, seems like they have just submitted their pick, and it looks like they are adding, even with Jermaine Johnson still on the board, that's previously number 4 overall pick, Jermaine Johnson, in the last 48 hours. The Ravens still pivot to Tyler Linderbaum. What are your thoughts on the Ravens adding to their offensive line?
I mean, you lose Bradley Bozeman to the Carolina Panthers. Like it's a 1-for-1 replacement. I see it. The way they run the football though is a little bit different than everybody else. They're not going to run a lot of zone. They run a lot of gap scheme. So the fit is a little bit confusing to me. Like they need a lot of guys who can move people with power. So I'm questionable on the fit, but fuck, Linderbaum's amazing. Like, I don't know. There was a lot of talk about him falling to the second round. I had him out of the first round mock with all the news, but he's a great football player, and Iowa's produced a lot of great offensive linemen recently. He hits all the thresholds. He's a sub 540 out of a 298-pound center. He's got shorter arms, smaller hands, yada yada, but his production is so good. You're just betting on that. I don't hate it. Like it's probably going to work out.
And as we say that, before I get your thoughts on the Ravens offense, because we talked about them earlier, Rich, the Jets traded back into the first round for the number 26 pick. I made a joke about them taking Jermaine at number 4 overall. Perhaps they just waited all the way to the back of the first round. But what are your thoughts on these Ravens offense that really is about the splits from last year more than anything?
Well, now, yeah, we've got so many moving parts with the Ravens, especially with Hollywood, being traded.
I even forgot that happened. That happened tonight, and I forgot it happened.
Yeah, we had we had all the wide receivers that have been selected so far, which is 6 so far, and then we've had 2 traded, and none were Deebo. It's been kind of an interesting move, on the Ravens side. It obviously opens the door for Bateman because you have Hollywood, a guy that he had 150 targets last year. So now those are gone, and you look at the depth that this wide receiver. They were kind of a team that I was thinking was a sneaky wide receiver landing spot too, and they probably will still continue their day 3 poke the bear and try to get one of these guys to stick, even though it hasn't happened in the last 3 years. But the depth here is pretty suspect. I mean, Devin Duvernay has been a really good special teams player. Tylan Wallace couldn't kind of field. James Prochet really hasn't contributed. So I mean, really, Bateman looks like he's kind of like one of these winners here, even though he wasn't really part of this draft, but he was a winner with just Hollywood leaving the team. Hollywood won't command the target share, but I think the fit is amazing. And obviously, you're going to have the Adam Levitan shower narrative because Kyler Murray and Marquise Brown played together at Oklahoma, where I think he had 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns in 2018 with him. But also, if you look at Kyler Murray actually has gotten dragged a little bit too far, I think, this offseason. A lot of people think he's like a bad quarterback or like an overrated quarterback. He's done nothing but get better. He has growth for sure, but he's done nothing but get better as a quarterback all 3 years of his career. Since he's entered the NFL, he's number 2 in the NFL in EPA per pass on throws 30 yards or further downfield. And of those throws so far in his career, 30 of those 82 targets have gone to Christian Kirk, and the next guy is just DeAndre Hopkins at 12. So a massive gap. Christian Kirk no longer on the team. Their best field stretcher that they had entering this draft was A.J. Green. 34-year-old A.J. Green. So pairing Hollywood Brown, a guy that can win vertically and also has done nothing but get better over the course of his career, I think is a really big win for the Cardinals and Kyler Murray as well, although it probably hurts Hollywood's overall target share a little bit, but I think it's really good for Kyler Murray.
It sounds like the trade that was just made, the final deal, is actually a big haul. In the Jets trading their number 35, number 69, not nice, and number 163 pick to the Titans for 26 and 101. So just to get 35 and 69 back to move up to 26, you would imagine the Jets did in fact do that with 4.5 minutes on the clock on television, at least do that for Jermaine Johnson. So as we await this next pick, Rich, one more question for you before we bounce it off, since you have to go in a couple minutes here. We just got the announcement as well that the best ball million pool for number 3 this year is going to be 10 millions. Because as I made the joke earlier, Jeremy Levine has too many yachts. He's trying to dispense it everywhere. And do you have any early thoughts? Since I know you've done tiers on everything at sharpfootball.com, do you have any early thoughts on best ball strategy off the top of your head?
I have been doing more FFPC drafts to this point. I don't know what 4for4 is like a sponsor, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes. But the rooms have been really soft at FFPC compared to Underdog, so I've been really just hammering drafts there. But the 10 million is going to get me to go draft some teams at Underdog for sure.
A lot, actually.
So I'll be headed over there. But I've been doing mostly FFPC drafts, which have been the more tight end forward scoring system. But we talk about those wide receivers. And wide receivers have been such a good early value, and hopefully that stays. We're going to see what happens after the draft, who gets bumped. But I really think guys like Michael Pittman, Brandon Cooks, Allen Robinson, like these are all guys that I think are going to climb after this weekend, and people start to like really dig into projections and see kind of the lay of the land and say like, oh yeah, like these guys really kind of look like really good values right now, and they'll start to climb. So that's just why I've been really just soaking up the wide receiver values right now, drafting running backs early, while we kind of know that the running backs that are going to touch the football at this point, getting those guys early, taking the wide receiver values as they are now, and then just waiting for the landscape to kind of shift as we all fight for giving Underdog a bunch of our money as we chase that $10 million.
And it does look like, by the way, they just traded back up for the guy they wanted at number 4 and number 10 after all. Came back up for Jermaine Johnson. Staggs, quick thoughts on Jermaine Johnson to the Jets.
I mean, we talk about how they needed one more edge player to really set them over the top, and how Salah prefers pass rush to pass coverage. It didn't end up to be true for 4, but it pays off now. He's a 254-pound guy who ran sub 4.6 at 4.58. Yeah. Excellent RAS, excellent production at the Senior Bowl for the couple days he was there, and then the combine he smashed it. Like this is they're destroying the draft again. Like New York is showing out in the bright lights of Las Vegas, so it's been great for both of those teams so far, and that just means they're both going to be terrible at football next year, and that's one thing with the draft.
Rich, it looks like also, since this night doesn't end, the Jaguars just traded up to number 27 overall with the Bucks for the number 33, number 106, and number 180 pick. Lots of moving pieces here and pieces. But before you get out of here, any final thoughts on what people can expect at sharpfootball.com as you continue to work around the clock after the draft?
Yeah, I'll be writing up, the entire first round, even the offensive linemen and kind of the impacts, because this has actually been a really good offensive lineman draft, and all these guys have gone to teams that were really at wide open spots to where these guys were selected. Really like, what the Chargers have done entire offseason, but obviously the Chargers, that right side of that line was such a big need. But all these teams have really filled offensive line. So I'm going to write up all these picks for tomorrow. We'll come back with day 2. I will not be writing up all the day 2 picks, but we'll pick out our favorite dynasty guys, and we'll start to see some running backs selected on day 2, because I assume we won't get one in the next couple picks, but I guess they never say never. I admit, I kind of joked this morning when Adam Schefter tweeted that, you got the air quotes like, this is going to be the craziest draft ever. And I'm like, yeah, time's the flat circle. We hear this every year. But it has been a really fun night and kind of a wild night for the draft. There's been a ton of trades, a ton of movement, and it's been a lot of fun.
I'm not looking forward to Monday, but it has been fun tonight. I will tell you that. Well, we love you, buddy, and appreciate you coming on as always. I'm sure we will talk again in the coming months.
Thanks for coming on, Rich.
Yeah,
Thanks, Reeves. Appreciate you, bro.
Tell
Also-
Harmon get Harmon's take on Chase Claypool.
Will, and also tell your son the Giants did in fact have a good draft, so good for them.
All right, guys.
Everybody.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll wait.
I just wanted to mention that the over-under on me starting to drink is pick 26. My wife brought me an old-fashioned, getting ready for this Packers second pick in the first round. So cheers to everyone out there.
I honestly didn't. I was going to ask if they even have another pick in this round because I can't keep up with the thing going on. As we
I think
mentioned,
they still do. They didn't trade, so I think they still have one.
I believe they do. The Jaguars, as we mentioned, traded back up into the first. I do know they could be interested in wide receiver, and they could be jumping the Chiefs and the Packers for the guy they want. And I also believe the guy they want is George Pickens. So it's going to get interesting here in 1 second. You may need to put another old fashioned on speed dial.
Well, I'm okay
How much
with
of this do you know?
I don't
is this a
know.
confirmed thing?
I don't know if nothing's confirmed. As I learned in all the rumors I've received over the last, it's actually been like a month, but 3 days in particular, nothing is confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they went linebacker as well, but they just spent a bunch of money. I'm not even going to attempt to say his name at this point in the night. So,
I do know one ticket burning a hole in my pocket is Lewis Seen, basically to be announced tonight at some point. And that's kind of what I'm waiting for with the next 5 picks. But while we are waiting on my life, because that's the most important, let's also talk to our good friend, Matt Harmon. And Harmon, I got to tell you, I don't know if you were just watching, but let's lead off with Rich's question because he's playing host now. And he said, make sure you ask Matt Harmon about Chase Claypool and his thoughts. So please, the floor is yours.
I mean, I was saying a lot last year that I feel like Chase Claypool has to wear some of his, wear some of the disappointment from last year. I know it's really easy to kind of write off everything to the fact that Ben Roethlisberger's arm is dead. Now, obviously, Claypool, terrible fit for a quarterback like Ben Roethlisberger. I mean, there was no more pathetic, hopeless play than Ben Roethlisberger shooting go routes to Chase Claypool down the right side of the field. Every single time you knew that ball left Ben's hand, it was just not going to happen. But I think Claypool really bad in contested situations over the last 2 years. I think that's still his weakest point, despite the fact he's a big body receiver. So I don't know. I mean, he's got to earn some goodwill back after a bad season last year.
I just always go back to the fact that Roethlisberger had the quickest time from snap to throw. And of course, that's not enough time to allow Chase Claypool, someone of his athletic prowess, to develop plays downfield. It's not even fair. And then we're just banking on Deebo Samuel rushing scores essentially for Claypool, which they don't even give him because they turned him into a freaking rotational player with James Washington. So yes, I completely agree. I'm excited about Claypool with a totally different scheme now that I assume Roethlisberger is out of the picture. Also, a lot of pieces have moved tonight. Too many to keep track of, honestly. But I know at Reception Perception, you've done a lot of work on Marquise Brown in particular. So I'm curious to get your thoughts on how Brown fits with Kyler Murray into Arizona's offense.
Yeah. First thing I thought when I saw that trade was well, this has got to be a Kyler thing, because those guys are teammates. But at the same time, and I saw Lamar Jackson tweet out WTF, I know Lamar and Marquise Brown are boys too, so he's got to be pretty pissed about this too. But yeah, I think when you look at Kyler Murray and Marquise Brown, obviously, again, familiar with each other. Brown, I think, has been a pretty good zone beater in reception perception over these first 2 seasons. Just not a guy that you want to be lining up outside, facing a ton of press coverage. That's clearly the weakest point in his game, which is no surprise considering his frame and everything like that. But probably not going to be run into those situations very often in Arizona. I like the fact that, of course, they spread the field. They play more 4 wide receiver sets than anybody else. That's it's a high price to pay for the replacement for Christian Kirk, who ended up going for a high price in free agency. But they should be able to take him and drop him right in Christian Kirk's like vertical slot receiver role and get some pretty decent work out of it.
Staggs, we are also getting word right now that the Jaguars traded up for Devin Lloyd, who some expected to be the first linebacker off the board, lost out that bet to Quay Walker. But what are your thoughts on Devin Lloyd and how he fits in the Jaguars front seven?
I mean, Lloyd, I thought, was the top linebacker in this class, but he does a little bit of everything. He can play edge. He had 8 sacks last year at Utah, excuse me. And he can just move. Like, he's a smooth player. He's tall. He's lanky. He doesn't look like he's like trying especially hard or running like extremely fast, but the on-field times and the combine speed were both there. So I really like the fit. They just spent a bunch of money at linebacker though, so it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But they've added a lot of pieces to this defense. I thought they may be a guy or a team who looks at like Nakobe Dean early in the second round, but it seemed like they couldn't pass up the chance to get Devin Lloyd here. So I'm excited by the fit, and if they decide to move him around and let him do a bunch of things, I think he's a great spot.
Paulsen, while we await, actually, let's come back to you because Harmon gets to be lucky enough to see your reaction for the Packers' second pick, for better or worse. We're not sure just yet what happens. Harmon, though, what has been like your biggest takeaway from the draft thus far, since there has been far too many surprises to count on one hand? Actually, far too many trades to count on one hand, too.
Yeah, for real. I mean, just the wide receiver movement, the wide receiver run was incredible. And then, of course, the A.J. Brown trade to me, like, it's nuts. I mean, I think A.J. Brown has like top 5 NFL wide receiver ability. His ability to get off the line of scrimmage, ability to beat man coverage, to win contested situations. Like, he's worth the contract. He's worth the trade. He's worth all the excitement, all the hype that the Eagles are going to have over this move. And then the Titans to turn around and take Treylon Burks, who I like. Treylon Burks as a potential big slot receiver. I think it's going to take him a minute to get to it. I almost feel bad for Treylon Burks, despite the fact he's walking into a great situation in terms of like available targets, the volume that's going to be there. If he's not A.J. Brown right away, like, Titans fans are going to be pissed about it, right? And that, I don't think he's ready to be that type of player right away. But that's been the biggest surprise to me. The biggest takeaway is, A.J. Brown, like a potential top 5 wide receiver, going to the Eagles, an offense that already has a great separator in Devontae Smith. Now they just have 2 guys out there, that can really dictate matchups, dictate coverages. And Jalen Hurts, like, sink or swim, buddy. This should be all on you.
I think I know the answer, but do A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith complement one another perfectly? Like, is it as easy as saying this is 2 all-pro perennial talents when it all fits together, and so it doesn't matter? Of course they complement one another. Or is there one thing, according to your work at Perception, that like A.J. Brown does significantly well that Devontae Smith has a weakness for, and vice versa?
Yeah, I would say if I could point one thing, like, and this is, again, not a surprise given Devontae Smith's size, like, there's no questions with him getting off press coverage, beating man coverage, because his technique is so good, but he's not a great, like, 50-50 ball receiver. There's a couple of good highlights you can pull from his rookie season, but I wouldn't say he's a guy that you want to consistently target in tight coverage and consistently expect to win those 50-50 ball situations. However, A.J. Brown absolutely is that guy. Like, so that's going to be a situation where he's going to earn that trust, earn those reps right away. So that's one area where they really complement each other, or Brown fills in a weak point for Devontae Smith. But you just expand the route tree in general. These guys, I think, both win at all 3 levels. I'm interested to see like where they end up lining up with these guys, because Devontae Smith mostly played as a pure X receiver. A.J. Brown is a pure X receiver. He was the day he hit the NFL field, despite the fact that he played some inside as a collegiate player. Like, he's been a pure X receiver. Smith might actually benefit as a guy that they move a little bit around the formation. They use as a flanker. Maybe they throw inside when they go to 3 wide receiver sets. So that's the part of this where I think could be really interesting for those 2 guys.
So, Matt, hello. How are you doing?
How you doing, Don?
Yeah,
Good to see you.
I'm sorry. I took too much time. Yeah.
No, it's okay. I wanted to ask, Matt, you're here. We have a number of receivers have gone off in the first round. We have I want to know what you think, who you think is the best fit. Drake London in Atlanta, Garrett Wilson for the Jets, Chris Olave for the Saints, Jameson Williams for the Lions, Jahan Dotson goes to Washington. I'm still getting used to saying Commanders.
Yeah, it's hard. I think I typed commit when I tweeted out his reception perception. I think I wrote the word Commanders out for the first time, and it's like I can probably write it, but I don't. Saying it still feels weird. I don't know.
I was just getting used to football team.
Yeah,
and then Traylon Burks to Tennessee. Which receiver of that group do you think has the best fantasy season in year one? And also, who do you think long term is the best fit?
I think my favorite fit from a non-fantasy perspective, just from like a tactical value perspective, is Jameson Williams to the Lions, because I think he opens up the full field and lets Bud Light, Cooper Kupp, Amon-Ra St. Brown do his thing. So that, in a weird way, despite the fact that probably has the least fantasy juice of all of these, is sort of my favorite fit from that angle. However, I think definitely the best long-term fit, we'll see with the quarterback situation, but the best long-term fit and best short-term, I think, path to production's got to be Drake London, who is my top receiver in this year's draft. He just separates so well on slants, curls, flat routes, just the best underneath receiver in this draft class. He just smashes zone coverage and wins 50-50 balls too. I think he's a complete receiver. He's got a lot of Michael Thomas to his game, pretty similar profiles overall. I think what the Falcons are going to be able to do from an inside outside versatility standpoint with Drake London and Kyle Pitts is going to be really fun. And obviously Marcus Mariota is veteran replacement level quarterback, but Mariota is a guy who wants to get the ball out quick, wants to be kind of a distributor, in an up tempo type of offense. That's perfect for Drake London's game. Obviously Drake London can bail out a bad quarterback. He did that a lot at USC down the field. But I think the primary point of his game will be, get him the ball quickly, have him beaten zone coverage in the middle of the field. That's great. A great fit for Marcus Mariota, at least for year one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he plays after basically a year off, or is it 2 years off now? I've lost track of Marcus Mariota, but now he's a starting quarterback in the NFL again. I see what you're saying, and it's that receiving – that depth chart is wide open. There are just so many targets available for Drake London, and he was the number one receiver off the board, which using that sort of capital indicates a lot, I think. So the Packers are on the clock, and the pick is in, and I bet you it's not going to be a receiver.
At this point, I agree.
No, it's not happening. It's not going to happen.
Cheers, fellas.
I'm just your bad luck charm at this time, John. I tried to get you all last year, and it just didn't work.
I'm not surprised. I think once what happened prior to 22, that they just the guys that they were willing to draft at 22 were all gone. They decided that they weren't going to. I'm a little bit surprised they're not pulling the trigger here. But apparently they don't have a first round draft grade on any of these guys, or they're in love with the player they're about to take.
No. It is being announced now.
It's not a receiver.
Maybe.
So what? Okay, let's just delay this for a little bit longer to be safe.
I thought they were announcing. Sorry, guys.
No, it's happened 8 times. Somebody's walked up to the podium. So.
Yeah, they keep on doing it. But with their next pick, not until number 53, Paulsen,
yeah.
Do you think it's good value now? Are you just diving into the old fashions and accepting it no matter whether you think it's value or not?
This is sort of what it's been. This is how it goes. They don't do enough to move up to get whoever they want. They like Justin Jefferson, but not enough to trade up for him. They like Rashad Bateman, but not enough to trade up for him. And here we are. You lose Devontae Adams, arguably the greatest receiver in the league. You lose.
I think inarguably, by the way, inarguably.
Yeah, I've gotten arguments on it, so I'm just saying arguably, so I don't get trolled by the Twitter trolls. You lose a lot of speed with Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Your head coach says that you got to deal with it. You got to get some speed and get some got to take the top off the defense at the coach's breakfast at the photo session, whatever they did, the owners' meetings. And you turn around, and I think you're going to take a couple linebackers or something. It's a little strange, but it's sort of like what I'm used to. This is not a a weird position for me to be in, like just rooting for certain guys and not getting what I want. I think the last guy I wanted was Eddie Lacy, and they actually did get him in the second round.
And we take a break from this therapy session to go to you, Staggs, and hear your thoughts and explain what is the deal with Devontae Wyatt on the Packers interior line.
I mean, Devontae Wyatt's probably going to be a 5 technique for him. You know, there was a lot of rumors swirling about maybe Logan Hall here because he's a little bit younger, a little bit more athletic. But, or no, the athleticism is wrong. But Devontae Wyatt is supremely athletic, but Logan Hall is also athletic and young, and the Packers seem to usually lean that way. But they go for a little bit older prospect, I guess, here. He's, you know, he was another guy who lit up the combine and at his size and weight, posting a 4.8 and being able to move. But he's another guy that was considered limited by the Georgia system. So we're going to have to see how he is as an interior penetrator. But, you know, I don't think it's a bad pick, but it's definitely a Packer pick here.
So now that we know, Harmon, they passed on these leftover wide receivers and George Pickens and Sky Moore and Christian Watson. Is there someone that stands out to you that is still a very good value on day 2 that they could perhaps grab?
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously, look, if they can grab Sky Moore somehow in the second round, that would be awesome. Him and George Pickens, I think, are worth going at the end of round 1, but they probably won't. We'll see. There's still a few picks left. If they could grab those guys in round 2, that'd be awesome. But looking beyond that, I said, like, in a weird way, a fever dream would have been for the Packers to get George Pickens as an X receiver and then Treylon Burks as like a big slot to sort of complete like 50% of what Devontae Adams did. Like, Burks for that screen game, the little smoke routes and stuff like that underneath yaks and everything. That'd be awesome for Burks, but that obviously is not going to happen. Pickens as an X receiver, I'm going to go ahead and say that's not going to happen. Now, if they could get like going down the line a little bit, maybe like in the second round, I wouldn't mind Christian Watson as a late second round pick, early third round pick to sort of replace the speed that John mentioned. That would be good there. And I really like Khalil Shakir as a guy for them too. A potential like this year's Amon-Ra St. Brown type of guy, that works in the slot, that works. I think he's got great contact balance in the open field. He's a player that definitely separates better than given credit for too. So that's a guy I think later on in the draft, if Packers fans want to look at it, and it kind of like fits their type a little bit too. Their roster's kind of loaded with slot receivers at this point. Alan Lazard plays as like a big slot guy. Amari Rogers is a slot receiver too. Randall Cobb is still hanging around too. So Shakir might be a little redundant with those guys, but it seems like they want someone in that role. It's probably not going to be Rodgers or Cobb, and I don't really know how to feel about Lazard at this point either.
The last I saw on Pickens was that it might go deep into the second round, and it was all because of the character concerns, which I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about that, but I'm wondering about with Moore and with Watson if they're going to have to trade up in order to get. I saw Christian Watson in a lot of mocks going late first round. So I don't know that he's going to be available that long. He is a physical specimen, but as you mentioned in your write-ups, pretty raw.
Yeah, definitely a raw guy, Christian Watson. But again, that was kind of, so if he was going to be a round 1 pick, which there was some steam for that early on, that would have been wild. I don't think he's a player you take in round 1. But, I compared him to Martavis Bryant in the rookie roundup at reception perception. And I think that's pretty fair, inconsistent guy, but has a lot of speed. And really where I think Christian Watson could be really fun, just like Martavis Bryant was really fun in the open field. Like that would be a fun place to use Christian Watson. Fun for Martavis Bryant. So I feel kind of good about that comp.
Yeah, and I was looking at your write up on Sky Moore, and that's the guy I was like in my fever dream. I was thinking Olave in the first and Sky Moore in the second, or somehow making that happen, like adding those two players. He had like I just don't know because I know his stock has been rising late in this whole process. Western Michigan, that's Greg Jennings was from Western Michigan, I believe, unless I'm losing my mind right now. 4.41 speed, so he doesn't have that 4.3 sort of speed that Marquez Valdes-Scantling has, but enough to. I mean, 4.41 is not a slow receiver at all. You're the best comparable to him at player profiler was Golden Tate, but maybe with a little bit more juice. And just talk about a little bit about his route running and what teams, Packers obviously could use him. Who else you think could use him at the top of this second round?
Popular comparison for Sky Moore, Golden Tate. I actually compared him to a player that I talked to and compared to Golden Tate, which was DJ Moore way back when he was in the draft, in 2018. And again, I think he was like a similar Golden Tate type of prospect coming into the NFL. Now, I think with Sky Moore, he just lit it up in his reception perception sample, awesome against press coverage, zone coverage. And he's just a player who separates so cleanly at all three levels, but really is impressive getting off the line of scrimmage. And I know, obviously you got to adjust for level of competition, everything like that. Jameson Williams, some of these guys are facing SEC corners, and Sky Moore is at Western Michigan, as you mentioned. However, he's at the same time, his samples have games like Pittsburgh, have games like against Michigan. So some of the better defenses he played, he still was out there getting separation against those players. So I'm very high on Sky Moore. I think he could be sort of like this year's Elijah Moore, a guy that, goes in the second round. And, at some point in the season, we're like, why the hell did this guy not go in the first round? So I think he would fit anybody that just needs, some juice at that slot good. Receiver position. Yeah. Needs somebody good. I think he'd be a great fit. And I think he does. Go ahead.
Is he a pure slot though? Or do you think he could play outside as well?
I think he could play outside a little bit. And again, it's the same reasoning as I had with Elijah Moore last year. It was like, this guy's getting off press coverage in college. He can probably do it a little bit in the NFL too. And Elijah Moore ended up being mostly an outside receiver. I think that's going to be interesting how they line up those three guys, Davis, Garrett Wilson, and Elijah Moore this year. Maybe Moore does end up playing some more pure slot looks. But again, I think Sky Moore, there's a lot of more going on here, but I think that Sky Moore could be a little bit like of a flanker slot, 50-50 type of guy.
I'm interested to see where he go and whether or not if the Packers, I'm saying we have to trade up to get him. Okay. Like that, after reading your write-up on him, that was the second round guy I wanted.
I know you have a question, Staggs, but before we do that, I just quickly want to say, because I know it doesn't matter at all, and none of us have any thoughts on it. The Patriots, with their number 29 overall pick, drafted UT Chattanooga offensive lineman Cole Strange, who was projected to go undrafted. So now, Staggs, since that pick doesn't matter whatsoever, go ahead and ask Harmon your question.
I have some thoughts, but we'll.
Oh, do you?
We'll skip over. Matt.
No, Anthony, say your thoughts and then transition to the.
This is your expertise. I love this. Yeah.
No, it's like Cole Strange has been hyped up by a couple different guys. Daniel Jeremiah, he's been high on Dane Brugler's board, and he's a lower conference prospect, but in the way of Quinn Miners, but. He moves people and they love his athleticism. So I'm interested to see how it plays out. But I don't think I would trade Shaq Mason for a 5th round pick in order to draft Cole Strange. So it's interesting. But Harmon, my overall question is, how have you felt teams have been able to diversify their sort of wide receiver archetype in this draft? Because it seems like every team has sort of drafted a different guy than what they've had. They've gotten the deep threat when they've had the underneath guys. They've gotten the guy who could provide yak when they don't have that. So the overall team building perspective.
Yeah, I think it's funny because you do see some teams kind of double down on the same type. In a way, you could argue that Drake London and Kyle Pitts are sort of similar, right? There'll be underneath receivers that win with size as well. So even despite the fact they don't play the same position, nominally, right? Kyle Pitts, TE, Drake London, WR, but again, they win in similar ways. At the same time, I brought the Jameson Williams example up. That one makes so much sense from the verticality angle that Amon-Ra St. Brown is not going to give you. So I love that. I love when teams build the complementary receiver core. Sometimes it's cool to go out there and get a bunch of guys, that burn, a bunch of guys that separate. It sort of worked for the Bills when they had Stephon Diggs and John Brown and Cole Beasley, all smaller guys who get separation at different positions. So sometimes it can work that way, but yeah, Staggs, I'm a big fan of let's get guys that all complement each other. Let's get guys that we get one guy who wins sort of in the slot. We get another who wins as the X receiver. That's my favorite way to team build, my favorite way to go with the wide receiver building position. It's just for to me, I think it gives you so much more versatility as an offense.
If you look at the Cardinals adding Marquise Brown, deep threat, but also a pretty good route runner. DeAndre Hopkins handling a lot of the intermediate stuff, can win at all levels, but mostly middle and short. And then Rondale Moore, who's going to be a guy you get the ball to quickly, very quickly, and can get you beat yak guy
right away.
They seem to be really like looking at their three receivers and wanting them all to complement each other, not overlap.
Yeah, for real. And again, then you sort of have the X receiver in DeAndre Hopkins, the pure number one guy that you're going to line up and, throw contested passes, but can still get open, of course, too, and wins on the boundary. Then you have that guy in Rondale Moore, who's a slot, I think is a pure slot receiver. And I mean, last year, bro, he like barely didn't even play real wide receiver. I don't even know what the hell he was doing sometimes out there. So that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, I think Marquise Brown has inside outside versatility, but is ideally your flanker there. And then when you go to 4 wide sets, you bring in AJ Green, and then you can let him do whatever he's doing on the outside there while Brown plays inside. So yeah, I love teams that build that way. Arizona's got a lot of other things to figure out. That was the most surprising move to me, by the way, was the Marquise Brown trade, because at least with like AJ Brown, just rumblings about it for a while. It was in the media. Even Lamar's out there like stunned by the Marquise Brown thing. So yeah, that was easily the biggest surprise. And apparently they had it in the works. This has been agreed upon for a while. Like Marquise Brown was at the Cardinals draft party tonight because this trade has been agreed upon. At least I saw that was what James Palmer from the NFL Network said.
And Paulsen, you'll be happy to know that every receiver that was on the board thus far in the first round is still there tomorrow, because as of right now, anyways, the number 30 pick to the Chiefs, they went defensive end George Karlaftis instead of going wide receiver. And Staggs, I believe they got some very good value with that pick.
I mean, Karlaftis early in the draft process was considered a fringe top 10 player. I think a lot of what the NFL is doing at edge is devaluing sort of the bull rush and power rush, especially on the inside when they take inside moves more than they have sort of edge pressure. So, that's an interesting thing, but Kansas City has played a little bit different. Like Kenny Clark or Frank Clark, is a guy that plays with a little bit more power rush to his game, and he could eventually replace him. They needed an edge player, and they got a value there. So, Karlaftis also has provided like production since his freshman year against Power 5 conference, and he's been able to move the pocket. So I love the fit, and I think Kansas City's also had a nice draft here while, being able to move around the board and make people, guess what they're doing.
Before you get out of here, Harmon, what are you looking for most tomorrow, whether it be for your own bets, pleasure, or just fantasy in general?
Yeah, I just want to see where some more of these receivers land, of course. Again, Sky Moore is the one guy John brought up earlier that I can't wait to see where he lands. And there are teams out there, like the Colts, that need that number 2 receiver position. I know there's a lot of and Eve Browns too. Browns are another one. Didn't have a first round pick, need help at wide receiver. Could they be a landing spot for, a George Pickens or a Sky Moore? Because those are the 2 guys I think that are in my first my first 2 tiers, first 2 or 3 tiers that are still on the board. But Sky Moore especially, man, I can't wait to see where that guy lands.
With that, Harmon, what else do you want to plug that you have coming out, whether it be at Yahoo or Reception Perception, in the next few weeks post-draft?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of wide receiver news. I do know a site people can check in with, for that, receptionperception.com. But yeah, about to go tape the Yahoo podcast and a couple of videos here in like the next 15 minutes. So yeah, people should go check out the Yahoo Fantasy Football Forecast. Liz and I will be breaking down everything from, I'm still trying to pick up my brain matter from what happened here in round 1. So excited to unpack it all there.
Well, we all love you, and sours on me when I see you in this offseason in LA.
Oh yeah, buddy. Hope to see you guys soon, all of you, and I appreciate you having me, man. Thank you so much.
Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
See you guys.
Yep.
And with that, we have 2 more picks left. And honestly, I have been at this seat for so long that my TV just shut it off, like Netflix, assuming that I went to sleep. So
yeah, I had your TV will restart in 5 minutes. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm still here, bitch. Like, calm down.
and I left the remote over there. So Staggs, if on your TV, the number 31 pick has already been announced, please do the honors for me.
It has not. Pick is in. But we're
Okay.
waiting on the Bengals here. They've had, maybe the most mocked guy to them, Tyler Linderbaum, go off the board already to a division rival, Ravens, and I wonder if that was part of the Ravens draft strategy, was fucking over the Bengals. But there's also been a couple rumors of like a Trey McBride here, or they, I would replace Eli Apple, who gets burned late in the game, the big game, the Super Bowl. And I think that's the best option, but they're still waiting on calling it in.
As we wait, Paulsen, when you look back at this evening, because I have a good feeling that the next 2 picks won't matter for fantasy, what are your thoughts? Like, what's the most impactful thing you believe happened that comes to mind?
How do you even answer that? If you want to exclude the trades, can I
asked
exclude the
you
trades?
because I'm still like, I literally haven't had time to think. I can't process it.
Normally I'm just sitting here. Okay, this receiver went here, and then this running back went here, and here we go. But I have to like pick up the pieces. This is like a deck of cards that's been jumbled and thrown on the floor, and it's 52 card pickup. Trying to figure out. Go ahead, Anthony.
John, I can help you out. The Cincinnati Bengals selected Daxton Hill, Michigan safety. Who safety, slot corner, Buffalo nickel. I'm sure there's some other random coins we can call him now, but he's a safety that runs, sub 4.4 at, nearly 200 pounds. He's a first team Big Ten selection, played on the same defense as Aiden Hutchinson. They were one of the top scoring defenses in all of college football last year. A guy we thought might go in the 20s, depending on what number you got on, you're probably either happy or sad. And because this is right near his over under, but the Bengals take another sort of hybrid player who's athletic and young. And that seems to be a theme with them as of late. But he's a first round pick, and we're about to get the last first round pick because it already says the Vikings pick is in. It's just to see what
they hurried along like the rest of us. They were trying to get to bed as well, since this has gone on for nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours.
Also, that Daxton Hill pick is important because safety's over 1.5.
Over 1.5, yeah.
Which got juiced all the way up to like minus 260. It started around minus 110, and was considered a lock. It did not happen until 31.
Yeah, blame PJ.
And then I believe, I don't know if you have it yet, but I believe the number 32 overall pick is about to put a stamp on that with a player who's over under, depending when you got it, also was around 32, 34.5.
Scene?
It is Lewis Scene, yes.
Oh, I don't have it yet. But I guess that's interesting.
It's okay.
I guess that's interesting. Like, it's a little bit of diversification off Harrison Smith, if you consider him a box safety, because Scene's probably one of the better, deep safeties in the class, and played that more than any of these other guys. He's a standout. I like it. Minnesota's draft isn't going to be talked about a lot because they really didn't do anything till pick 32, but they moved back and got some value. But, going down from 12 to 32 compared to what these other teams got for moving down 2 or 3 slots, I don't know. I don't know if they got enough for that 12th pick. What do you guys think?
I don't know what to think at this point. I think my brain is done thinking for the evening, especially with so much work coming up before the second round. If you ask me, if I'm going to ask myself the most impactful moment, I think it's the fact that over 6.5 receivers didn't get there. It stopped at the George Pickens line, which, again, we thought was questionable, but it had a chance as long as one of Pickens, Sky Moore, or Christian Watson squeezed in. And it looks like instead, knowing the Bucs were so high on Lewis Scene, that over 6.5 wide receivers fails to get there. So that's interesting. Also,
that's very interesting.
Also, I think, maybe it doesn't happen, but there's probably a great chance that a team starts working the phones overnight because Malik Willis is still sitting there. We only had Kenny Pickett go among the top 5 quarterbacks. So a lot to discuss, actually, before the second round.
I mean, it's a little bit weird because it sort of played out exactly like 2013, right? Like a quarterback goes in the teens, 20, we'll call it the teens, right? And that's it. Like there was no other sort of talk about it or anything along those lines. And now the second round, Geno Smith went 34. I think he was the second overall pick in the second round. So I think there's going to be a lot of moves around the board to get in that early second because, a team like Atlanta, if they add Malik Willis, I think it's great. Or Matt Corral, or even Desmond Ridder. Like now these teams that didn't pounce in the first round who need a quarterback, like Seattle for Desmond Ridder, I think there's going to be a lot of movement around the board.
Paulsen, any parting thoughts as we are at the 3:58 mark? And I think it's only fitting to cap this at 4 hours exactly.
Well, 4 is a big number for our site, as you know.
That's why it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. The Vikings are on the clock. I could see them maybe drafting a receiver here and really, trying to screw the Packers.
Are they still on the clock on TV, even though we talked about it?
On the TV. I don't know. Did we have a pick already in? I'm sorry.
Not on the TV. Not on NFL Network, at least. Roger Goodell is like swags walking up there with some giant button on his chest, and it's
there he is.
confusing.
I see him now.
They don't want this to be 4 hours 4 for 4. They want this to be 4:02 because it pays extra advertisements.
I mean, we've got 4:04 still to come though, so we can drag this on.
Let's cap it at 4:04. As we already discussed, the pick is Lewis Cine. I imagine it was taken not only because the Vikings need that secondary help, but also because the Bucs were very high on Lewis Cine. So the Bucs also start the day number 33 overall. And the players they want outside of George Pickens are already off the board. So I don't know what to tell you because the Bucs do need a left guard, but dipping into the pool of leftover interior offensive linemen, I also think they may be able to wait.
I think I agree with Matt that the number one rookie receiver right now is Drake London. I don't love the quarterback situation there, but there's a lot to like about Chris Olave's situation. Jahan Dotson, not great. Treylon Burke's situation's not terrible. I'm interested to see, as you mentioned, teams have a few hours now to look at the situations, look at who's available, who slipped out of the first round, and get their game together to make a trade. Maybe teams that don't usually make a trade up might make a move to grab somebody that they really want. So top of this next round will be very interesting to see how many trades. A lot of trades already happened in the first round, and normally there are a few that happen at the top of the second round. I'm interested to see if it's more than usual tomorrow.
Staggs, what about you? Waiting for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there is definitely a lot of availability of these quarterbacks and teams that don't really need quarterbacks who traded back from the back of the first round early in the. I mean, you got Tampa Bay, Minnesota, who drafted a quarterback early last year. Tennessee, they might do it. Giants, I guess you might still hit a Malik Willis ticket at 20-1. Davis, you're at you got 5 picks to go. They could make a move up the board. Seattle with Ridder. But, Chicago looks like they'll be able to get one of these wide receivers potentially, and they might be a team that has to move up a little bit to do it. But overall, besides Cole Strange, I don't think anybody was really outside of the top 40 on the draft board. So I think this was a pretty talk draft, bro. I'm sort of surprised by it.
The trades definitely threw a lot of wrenches in there.
Yeah.
Due to the shakeup. But that is what, and I think we end with 9 trades on the evening, which is absolute insanity, including stud wide receivers being moved across the board. But we have more than enough time to talk about that this offseason and over the weekend. So, Paulsen, tell everyone what you have coming out, what your plans are for the next couple of weeks post-draft.
I would also like to note that the last 12 picks were non-fantasy non-fantasy picks. There was like a craziness there, and then
It sandwiched in the middle. We got a
it was all
hamburger.
sandwiched. We got hammered. Yeah. I'll be doing a article, Impact Rookies. So that's going to focus on, these guys going in the first, second, third round, maybe a fourth rounder here and there, but Impact Rookies that I'm looking at this year as immediate guys that are going to produce. And then as soon as next week gets rolling, I'm going to be starting the rankings process, projections process for 2022. It should be a very interesting one with all this player movement. These trades on top of everything is really going to throw everything up. And that's the other thing about doing projections before the draft, which I don't get, but some people do it, and that's fine. I just replicating work in order to be ahead of the game on the projection front. I think now is the time after the draft, once everybody's set. A lot of these trades are happening, especially this year, with all these receivers on the move, is really going to change things for a lot of offenses and quarterbacks, et cetera. So looking forward to getting that out in next week or two.
Staggs, what do you have coming out this week?
I'm going to do a second round mock draft right now because
yeah.
Yeah, you sat there and you called those people crazy, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to get that submitted. Hopefully
Crazy entails negative connotation most times. Let me tell you, I appreciate your work. That is not crazy.
Passionate.
Yes, passionate's the better term. Yes.
I'll take it at this point, but I'm going to do that. And then my wife's going to have a baby in about a month. So I'm probably taking a little break.
Busy and congratulatory month for you. Yeah, certainly.
Thanks. Man.
I'm going to go back into the lab. I may not update available targets and air yards until Monday morning for everyone. Let's let some other trades shake out through the draft weekend. Nonetheless, Jennifer Eakins, remember, has our spin, both personnel and fantasy-wise, on the first round tracker at 4for4.com, where you can get all of our player profiles right now. And I'm taking over. I say that because I'm taking over the next few days, strictly for fantasy players. So fantasy spin and individuals with profiles will be there. I'll be watching around the clock, for better or worse, even on day 3, rounds 4 through 7. All the analysis will be there at 4for4.com. And then I will deliver draft grades, AFC on Monday, NFC on Tuesday, or vice versa. Whatever the case, the work is clearly coming from all of us. So until then, thank you all for sticking around for this last 4 hours, 4 minutes, and approximately 44 seconds. We will see you very soon. Remember, subscribe, the most accurate podcast. Thank you. See you next time.